Good morning, everybody. Good morning. This theme is history. I selected a short paragraph from the prayer of Phoenix of the Metropolitan, wherein the names of several Christian and Canadian kings are mentioned. We may be hearing these names later on in our proceedings today. So let us invoke the blessings of and be inspired by the inspired souls. Another Shiranda Brahmane Rever of Ocean Odenvas Ojam of Freedom Shirami of Zobe Evanson Kay Oba Kay Ao Kay Shabbos Kay Kushru Kay Ras Kay Shas Kay Nasiyam Anam Shirama Rani Vertos Inam Shofar Vamakanam Kadesan Vasyoshan Bhoshan. So it is important to know that these illustrious kings have not only been mentioned in the legends of the Shaman, but are also intertwined within our prayers. Here we have a mother from Marina.
Hello, thank you.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. Looks like everyone's here. Good morning. That's better. So, I know I'm being short, but I have to, and I'm compelled to tell you guys one truth. Since I'm in the house of God today, I am compelled that I need to tell you one truth today. And the one truth is, I was not looking forward to coming here today. And I'll be honest, because I was not supposed to be here today. But then, and I'll tell you how it happened. So Roy, who's the president, he was supposed to be here, he couldn't make it. Can you hear me? That's much better. Can everyone hear me? Yes. So, he was supposed to be here, he was here to present us on the second empire. Unfortunately, as everybody is doing life, he had something come up and he could not make it. So, the request that we had influence, I said, sure. I don't have any issues doing it. just send me what you prepare, and I will speak on that. I remember history of our culture. It's been a while though, and I realized this morning how long it has been. So Reverend says in the email saying, and I'm not trying to throw under the bus, he's a great guy, and a great president we have. He says, hey, when I haven't prepared. I said, wow. So here I am at 6:30 on a Saturday morning, not only trying to study our history and culture, but also trying to prepare a slideshow for the presentation today. I was very upset that I was doing it this morning, but you know, while I started doing it, I realized how much I have left this part behind in my life. I haven't, all the focuses on the word. We have learned about our history, we have learned about our culture, but we then forget this. And this is so wonderful, you know. I can't remember everything. But when I started delving into it, you know, a lot of things on the website I went through, and I also had a book brochure together. But it was awesome. I just realized this is one of the best events we have ever had. To educate people, to impart knowledge, to the vast majority of people in our community. So with that, I'm very excited to be here now than I was before. And I definitely look forward to this event all day. I'd like to welcome everybody on behalf of CAC and the board of directors. Especially, I would like to thank our distinguished guests who are here from all over. I just cannot wait to hear all of you. So, with that, welcome. Let the meeting begin. Thank you.
We'd next like to introduce Swami Gandhi. He's the president of Faizana, and we'll give you a few words this morning as well.
So we're streaming the conference live on YouTube. I'll send out a link to everybody, and it will be also it will be stored on YouTube for future viewing as well. So I'll send out a link to everybody.
Thank you. Sorry, I could not bring my glasses down, so I can comment. But good morning to you all.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning to you all, members of the Society of Scholars of Zoroastrianism, the SSZ, and welcome to all scholars who are presenting today, and welcome to you all, ladies and gentlemen, to this 2016 Society of Scholars of Zoroastrianism Conference. Study and scholarship are essential to keep any faith alive, and your presence here today reflects not only faith is alive, not only that the study of Zoroastrianism is alive and well, but also that there is enthusiastic interest in learning about what that study reveals about our good religion. Fazana member associations have organized several events, such as this one in the past. But to me, it feels like that they are too few and far between. So I congratulate Zoroastrian Association of Metropolitan Chicago for hosting this event on a continuous basis for almost a decade now. I hope that other Fazana associations follow your example. You can see the SSZ vision and mission statements on the website, so I will not repeat them here. Suffice it to say that SSZ furthers the Fazana goal of advancing religious education, cultural awareness, and interfaith dialogue. So I hope as SSZ organizers update their website with recordings of the presentations from this weekend, as well as past years, they will inspire other organizations to sponsor other such events and allow for knowledge of our great faith to spread far and wide. Even to those audience who would love to learn about this event but are unable to travel distant places to go. There is often a suggestion that scholarship is of interest only to some, mostly other scholars. I am told most people just want quick bits and pieces of information presented in the current style, cute graphics on Facebook and all. The type of scholarship that SSZ supports is in pursuit of equal knowledge. And it should continue to be that type of scholarship even as the world changes. But perhaps it can be made more accessible to an even larger audience because scholarly presentations are of a more relevant nature so that people see the practicality of living faith rather than just reciting the prayers and learning the traditions and history. In my own life, I started learning the prayers and reciting them from a very young age in Guruj. I was lucky enough to have a friend who was becoming an hour, so I memorized the prayers with him every day. But the meaning of the words of prayer and all historical perspectives was sadly lacking. It is only we, as parents, came to this new world and had to educate our own children that we started to pursue religious education. Our main concern being to make a persuasive argument for our children for why they should continue in our faith. That concern remains relevant to all parents today. More so on this continent than in India, where one just follows what priest says without understanding the wherefore and why behind it. Don't get me wrong. Our priests are scholars in their own right, and there is much to be learned from them. In my role as Fazana's main representative to the United Nations, I had to often present appropriate Zoroastrian fairs at various interfaith organizations and functions. I was lucky to be guided to the right sources by my mentors like Edward John Ugly, Edward Solinger and Professor Kekasroira. But I had to do my own research and study as well, deepen my own understanding of Zoroastrianism, so that I could be a credible representative of our faith. Conferences like this gives us a chance to inquire further in pursuit of greater understanding and provide an opportunity to learn for ourselves. Our greater understanding deepens our love for our religion. Then we come to our religion by choice. We stay by choice. We keep our traditions by choice because we know that the accident of fate that caused us to be born in this faith was born from miracle. And we know we are not there or here just because of that miracle, but by choice. We choose to know more of its beauty. We choose to know its spirit. We want to be part of it all. The study, the practice, the sharing of Zoroastrianism by choice. So friends, I'm excited to be here with you all today to learn more and to my own Zoroastrianism 101 class, which I've been practicing all this time and having that Zoroastrian 101 knowledge. Thank you for allowing me to participate with you all. And thank you all our scholars for their study and their presentations this weekend. I know I will find tremendously engaging, and I hope you will. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I'd like to introduce Neeraj Thakur, the WZO President and U.S. Chapter.
Good morning, everybody. After OB's 101 education, I'd be at a loss if I need to add anything. But at this point, on behalf of the WZO, the World Zoroastrian Organization, I would like to welcome one and all to this 2016 SSZ Conference. We have held this SSZ Conference year after year for the past decade, and it offers a great opportunity for all of us to learn about the rich history, the traditions, the culture, and the percepts of our religion. So it is with great pride that WZO has chosen to partner with SSZ to sponsor this conference. For those of you who are not familiar, the main objective of WZO is to help advance the Zoroastrian cause in all possible ways that we can. WZO has its headquarters in UK, and the membership is spread over 24 countries all around the world. We have active chapters, of course, in India and Pakistan, in Singapore, in New Zealand, Canada, and US. And our purpose is to be of service to all Zoroastrians worldwide by providing practical help, representation, support, information, and to stimulate interest and extend knowledge of our great religion. We do a lot of charitable work wherever it's needed all around the world, help in distress situations like earthquakes, etc. And also help the individuals who do need our support. So a smaller part of our organization's effort goes towards promoting education, And towards that end, WZA has partnered with Fali Chorcha Trust in Washington, D.C., as well as with the California Zoroastrian Center in offering scholarships for needy and qualified Zoroastrian candidates. So the mission of SSZ is very near and dear to us, and these yearly conferences, which are organized by Vaita and Roshan Ravetna, deserve our wholehearted support and active solicitation to other members who unfortunately haven't been able to take advantage of it. As we listen to our youth as well as to the distinguished speakers, let each one of us leave this conference well educated with the resolve to spread the word that it is really worthwhile that they attend these future SSZ conferences. We all need to make an effort to learn about our religion, our history, our culture, our traditions. And without a clear and deeper understanding of all aspects of our religion, we cannot comprehend the purpose of our life and the precise Zoroastrian way of living our day-to-day life. Our religion emphasizes on charity and on action-oriented life in the service of others. We have a concept in our religion called Ganj-e-Dada. Ganj means the treasury. So whatever possessions we have, education, wealth, etc., is really not ours. It is the treasury of God that God has chosen to sort of endow us so that we can use it in the service of others. Living our life according to the teachings of our religion should be the top priority in our life. We need to assess our priorities. God always comes first, family comes next, and then our business and work should take the third priority. Only when we have our priorities in this order will we experience the harmony and true spiritual bliss that we strive for. Hope you all have an enjoyable day and share the knowledge that you gain with others. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Okay, so I'll give you a very brief report. Society of Scholars of Zoroastrianism. The name. What's in the name? A lot is in the name, in my view, as I've learned. The name seems to intimidate a lot of our members. When we solicit, when we say, please come to the conference, they say, well, it's too highbrow and goes over my head and it's not for me. So that's a problem, but there is a reason for why we have this name. And we have the same issue with the Chamber of Commerce. The same thing happens. So you figure out why we have chosen this name. Next slide. I can do it myself, right? Okay, so these are the different groups, and I want to extend our welcome to these different groups. And we take these groups for granted, but they're all there in their separate domain, working in their own spheres. So the first one is the academicians, and we have Professor Richard Payne here with us. Not sure contractor is a academician, although he works in a different field. But there are lots of academicians in the colleges, universities that work in the Zoroastrian area, Zoroastrian field. So we want to welcome those. Then we have theologians. The theologians are those that are our priests. We have one at least here, Kobat with us, and Kwame Damkiwala, he's a Movidyar. So those are the priests that continue the learning process. Then we have the educationists. There is Smita, there is Zenobia, there is Persis, there is Khurshid, Kamal. All these people are educationists. They are educating our community, our children. There are the lay scholars. Dr. Jahanian is a lay scholar. There may be some other lay scholars among us, but they are learning. They are helping the community grow and understand. And it's important to have this learning in the living memory, not in just the books and CDs. Then we have our students, which is Kamal sitting right here versus Khurshid, Ravji, all kinds of people. There are students. They are learning. And it's important when they learn, they understand, and they want to present to somebody. If there is nobody to present, they might as well talk to the wall. So you are serving an important purpose. And then we have our communicators, which are our journal writers and media people. Roshan is one. There may be some others in our group, but Dolly does too, does the journal now. So all these different groups have to come together and communicate with each other. And that's the purpose of this conference. So please understand that. And who else? The most important group, next slide please, is our community. The community is the key link. There can be no conferences without the community. These people, all these different groups work and want to present to us for the community. They are working for the community. So that's a very important link. And conferences, conference makes the direction possible. Presenters to present and be published, which is very important. They want to be published, they want to present to somebody, and you serve an important purpose to help them publish their work. And keep learning and living memory of people. So these are the important aspects of SSZ. Next one. The vision is to revive the tradition of learning and scholarship within our Zatusi community worldwide. And we say these 4 words all the time in our prayers. Yasnacha, Umacha, Snotracha, Persistyacha. Proper understanding, contemplation, gaining knowledge, and subsequent imparting, teaching to others. We recite these words regularly in our prayers. And that's what it means. Imparting to others. Next one. And this the mission is to promote interaction among the academicians, all these different groups that we mentioned, encourage local associations to hold SSZ Conference. Not a single one has taken up the challenge. And it's not so challenging, it's very easy. We have people all over the country that are dying to make presentations. They want audience to make presentations. And they come if you just ask them. Enlightening the community and sparking their interest in learning, encouraging community members to study and present, providing a platform for all these different groups, developing a scholarly organization. This is the most important aspect. Developing a scholarly organization respected by other peer organizations like the American Academy of Religion. So 10 years ago, we went to the American Academy of Religions. We had made a petition for us to have a seminar status. So we had 3 of our scholars come and make presentations, and there are people who grade. There are about 80 people who grade the presenters, and we paid because we were not scholarly enough. So therefore, they would not accept us, and we don't have a standing American Academy of Religions because we don't present ourselves as scholarly organizations. So that is very, very important. We want to make this organization so that we can be accepted by other similar organizations. And so if the name wasn't what we had, we would not be accepted in other scholarly organizations. And that's the reason for the name. Next slide. These are the different assistance we need. We are floundering. We have a website, but it's just there. There's nothing on it practically. So we need some help. We need to identify resources. There are hundreds of resources in North America that work in Zoroastrian area, Zoroastrian field, in colleges, universities, and everywhere else. So we need to list those resources and make that list available on the website. There's a website, but it's just there. There are a few things here and there. We want to publish papers on the website and other places. Rustam Kewala has volunteered to do that, and I hope that the presenters send your information, send your papers to Rustam, so he will put it on the website and get published. And for the resources, Akan Grant has volunteered. She will prepare the list. We want people to do organizing the conferences in different parts of North America. We want Momisa to do that. And it's not that difficult to do, to organize conferences, as I said. Selection of awardees, we have awarded some awards to very worthy individuals who are lay scholars and academicians. We need to make that process more good process. Encourage community members to participate. And next Chicago conference can be held by our young people, Kamal and you and others. You can organize it, we can give you a little help, but it's not too difficult, I can tell you that. There's so much help available, we just have to coordinate. Next one, please. So here is the financial report. As of December, we had 2,573. Expenses were a whopping $100 expense this year. So you see there's no people volunteer. All these food and this and that, printing and everything is donated. And the most important, all the presenters come on their own steam. We don't pay them anything at all. They travel, they boarding, lodging, everything they do on their own. They want to come to these conferences. And the $10 that we pay goes to the ZSC. And we have a $500 donation from WCO, Karmash Mehta just gave us welcome. So that $500 will be heading to our kitty, and that money is available for the enhancing the website and different things. Next one, please. So thank you, and to the next generation speakers, particularly Kamal and those that are going to follow me in the morning. Big thank you to them, to our guest speakers for spending the time and resources to share their findings with us, to ZAC for hosting and organizing the conference, to Bizana for sponsoring the SSZ Conference, and thanks Omi for coming all the way from California and participating. It's an honor for us. To WZO for their support and donation, and thanks to Karmash, he managed to get this $500 for us, and above all of you for coming to the conference. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Did you ever go back to the American Academy?
No.
You've never gone back?
No. Just at one time.
No.
And just give up.
You haven't given up?
No, but we have to develop this. We have to develop this organization so that we can have a good standing and present ourselves well. So.
everybody hear me okay? Yeah. Thank you. So my name is Eric. I'm a volunteer, Zoroastrian. I've been with the center since basically my birth at the Zoroastrian Association for Mental Health in Chicago. I volunteered to help Roy Tadonka and Roshanati co-chair this morning session as well. Just thank you to Roy Tadonka and Roshanati for all the work that you do in trying to organize this. I think it's a very good forum for discussion and for enlightenment as well. And what I'd like to do is just kind of start off with this morning's session, which is pre-Neobot history. And when we talk a little bit about this is really, I kind of have to learn a little bit about it as well, like what this exactly means. And from what I was researching, there was a battle between basically the fall of the Sasanian dynasty and era. Really, there's a pinnacle point and an apex whereby our rule in the Persian Empire and all that, became towards its decline and all that through this massive battle. And we're going to be covering the time frame before them. And so we have several speakers. I just want to thank you for the time that you spent in putting together the presentation, and we'll go one by one as well. And before we start off, just a couple of ground rules for all the presenters. If you don't mind, Patricia, can you just get the next slide? If everybody could turn off their cell phones, just take a few minutes right now. That way there's no interruptions in between. That would be greatly appreciated. You can put it on vibrate or silent, and then during the breaks you can check your phones as well during that point in time. Be respectful to the speakers. Avoid side conversations as well. We're all here to learn and participate. And then one person at a time when there's Q&A as well. We have a microphone. We'll go ahead and give that microphone to individuals as well so that everybody can hear the conversation taking place. Be additive, not repetitive, and again, be additive, not repetitive. So we want to make sure we try to make our point just as succinctly as possible, because we're about 15 minutes behind already with the schedule. And so honor time commitments, so each of the speakers, we'll probably give you 20 minutes right now to go ahead and speak so everybody gets a turn. And I will be flagging you over there when you have 5 minutes left as well. And lean in, participate, and enjoy today. So thank you very much. I'm going to introduce Zoroastrianism. Why don't you go ahead and come up here as well. He's going to be our first speaker. If you don't mind, next slide, please. We're going to be covering a variety of different agendas for the morning session. This one being Achaemenian history with Soros as well. And you can see the timeline before 559 before coming there and see. Thank you, Soros. And let me just give a quick introduction on Soros as well. So he's currently a freshman at Wayne State University in Detroit, planning to pursue a degree in nutrition and food sciences with a minor in business. He graduated from North Farmington High School as a National Merit Scholar and president of his National Honor Society. Soros has always been interested in history and geography from a young age, and was a Michigan State finalist in the geography on 3 occasions. He won silver and gold medal at the North-South Foundation Geography Meet held in Michigan. In high school, Soros was an active member in many clubs, including the Health Occupation Student of America, where he was the co-president. He's in Lowell, UN, where he was treasurer and inquisitor. His ultimate goal was to attend medical school and become a physician, most likely specializing in pediatrics, and in his free time he enjoys drawing, playing tennis, cricket, and volunteering at the local hospital. Please welcome Soros to the stage. Thank you.
before I begin the presentation, I just want to thank everybody who's here at the conference, and especially Roy and Shravana for putting on the conference and allowing me to present. It's really an honor, and I hope you all enjoy it. Reading history is an extremely expansive topic and covers several millennia. So in this presentation, I'm going to try and cover as quickly as possible and thoroughly. So the topics I'm going to be talking about today are the pre-Median times of Persia, the Median Empire, the birth and life of a prophet Zarathustra, and the origin of one of Persia's most iconic symbols, which is a proverb. My reference for all the slides on my pre-Median history is from Fizana 2000 article by Dr. Farhan Chamoya and Roshna. So until 5500 BCE, evidence of highly civilized people was unearthed near Sari in northern Iran, which dated back to 10,000 BCE, and then excavations dating back to 8,000 BCE at Susa support those found at Sari, and the excavators at Susa found residue of red wine among the ruins, which is not the scientific advances of the ancient Persians. And then during the Mesolithic period, the citizens of the ancient world experienced a shift from nomadism to domestication of animals and the reaping of plants as their means for survival. And then at Shar-e-Ray, on the outskirts of present-day Tehran, archaeologists discovered the remains of a fire temple which dated back to 6000 BCE. But this fire temple was not a Zoroastrian temple, and Zoroaster had not been born yet for several millennia. Rather, it was a temple to Mati, which is Greek for Torah. So the Copper Age. During the Copper Age, the Proto-Indo-Iranians settled on the south Russian steppes between 4000 and 3000 BCE. These people were nomadic pastoralists and herding cattle as sustenance, so they followed the cattle across the plains in order to, as a means of survival. And then another notable fact from the Copper Age is that the cuneiform script was first developed in 3400 BCE, and this was the first writing system. And then this is a map of the area where the Proto-Indo-Iranians settled. It's near the present-day Russia-Kazakhstan border, just north of the Caspian Sea. Bronze Age stands between 3000 and 1350 BCE. During this period, history the Proto-Indo-Iranian drifted apart. So those later known as the Vedic Aryans migrated southwest towards the Indus Valley and the present-day countries of India and Pakistan, while on the other end, the group later known as Iranians moved south towards the ancient lands of Persia and Media. And the Sanskrit, which is the ancient language of India, and Avestan are extremely similar, and verses from the Korean Avesta can be translated into Sanskrit with just simple phonetic changes. So this indicates that the two people came from the same group, and that the two languages also originated from the same group. Due to the rift between the two groups in the Iranians and the Vedic Aryans, there is a discrepancy in the deities. The deities worshipped in one group are demonized by the others. So after the divide, the Iranians demonized the gods of the Sanskrit speakers, and the Sanskrit speakers in turn demonized the gods of Avestan. So one prime example will be the Asuras and the Devas. Sanskrit speakers refer to the Devas as good gods, while Asuras are demons in later Sanskrit literature. while Iranians, on the other hand, use the word Ahura for Ahura, and the Devas have been demonized. So there's a mutual demonization inspired by one historian named Jan Hubel to coin a word in the English language for it. And it's a word that many of us have used in our like day-to-day activities. And also the word is pandemonium. So the Kayana dynasty next. The Kayana dynasty was a period of founding in both history and legend. So it's the time frame most well known as being the subject of Ferdowsi Shahnameh. And Kai Kebab was the first king in the Kayana dynasty. He was followed by Kai who was the highest king in the city of Bab, and was the father of King Ishtatka, who was the most well-known and influential promoter of the Zoroastrian religion, other than Zarathustra himself. Prince Isfandiar succeeded Ishtatka and was a great warrior who fought many battles for the Persian religion. And the high prefix for all these things signifies as a bearer reign during the Kayana. So now we're going to transition to the Median Empire. What was the Median Empire? By all historical accounts, the Median Empire is the closest to a precursor to the Achaemenid Empire. All of the land that was once covered by the Median Empire was later covered by the Achaemenid Empire as well. And in 549 BCE, Cyrus the Great defeated the last Median king, Astyages, and united the states of Persia and Media. He went on to rule the newly formed Achaemenid Empire. So how did the Median Empire form? From 911 BC until Median independence, which falls around 700 BCE, the land of Media was subjugated by the Neo-Assyrian Empire. Dioceses unified the Median state, and therefore is considered the first king of the Medians. So the capital of the Median Empire was Ecbatana in Achaemenid sources, and specifically from inscriptions from Darius I. It was referred to as Ecbatana, which literally means the place of gathering, and it was transmitted by the classical authors as Ecbatana, which is what we know of it as today. And it was initially chosen by, as a temporary capital by Dioceses, who was the first king, in approximately 701 BCE. And excavations of Ecbatana have been minimal because the city is overbuilt by modern-day Hamdan. So the history of excavation. Charles Fossey was the first to excavate the city of Ecbatana, and he did so in 1913. Before him, however, European visitors to Hamadan destroyed Persepolis-style column bases and fragments of ancient structures. In the 1950s, construction of a road in the city of the modern-day city of Hamadan revealed a massive zigzagging outer defensive mud brick wall with a height of approximately 3 meters. And then 2 Achaemenid column bases were found in 1971, lending more evidence to the fact that Ecbatana served a major purpose even after Median days. And then this is a picture of the modern-day excavation of Ecbatana. And so this is like a Google images of a Google map of the modern day Ecbatana. So as you can see, over here are the excavations, but if you could zoom out really quickly. You can see that the excavations are surrounded by a modern day city, which makes further excavations really, really powerful. And then Ecbatana after the Medes, despite the fall of the Median Empire, Ecbatana remained a commercial and administrative center for centuries to come. During Achaemenid times, it served as the southern capital of the empire because it was farther north than Persepolis. And at the same time, the city was a state seat for the province of Media, which is almost like a state capital in the United States. Ekbatan, and Hamadan, and the star is the modern capital of Tehran. So religion, a lack of documents about this from this era, and your understanding of this aspect of the Median Empire monarchy. However, it is strongly believed that form of Mazdas and Mithraism was practiced in the early days of the empire, while the reforms of Zoroastrianism spread during the reign of the later Median days. Language. Strabo, the Greek geographer and philosopher, mentions the affinity of Median with other Iranian languages. He says the poets of Persia and India speak approximately the same language, but with slight variations. And there is no original cipher text in the Median language, although it is suggested that the Median rulers kept archives in Ekbatana, much like their successors did in the Achaemenid Empire. This has never been confirmed, but according to Herodotus, Dioceses was the first Median king, presided over many cases, and passed his judgments on those cases in writing. This is a list of the kings of the Median Empire, and the estimated years in which they ruled. And all of the dates on the slide are based on the Greek historian Herodotus and are somewhat contested by other Eastern sources. The diocese. According to Herodotus, Dioceses was the founder of the Median Royal Dynasty and the first Median king to gain independence from Assyria. He ruled from 700 to 647 BCE, and the people of his own village, as well as other villages, often chose him to arbitrate disputes, and they eventually selected him as their king. And the people first built him a palace, and then the capital of Ekbatana, which is once again modern-day Hamadan. Rartes was the son of Dioceses, and he ruled the Median Empire from 647 to 625 BCE. Like his father, he started a war against Assyria, and was eventually defeated and killed by the Assyrian king Ashurbanipal. Now the Scythian interregnum, between the reigns of Rartes and Cyaxares, the Scythians invaded the Median Empire from the north. The Scythians were a group of warlike nomads who hailed from Scythia on the northern edges of the Caspian Sea. But after 30 years of constant sparring between the Scythians and Medians, Cyaxares, who was the son of the second king Rartes, was able to drive out the Scythians. And after the Scythians withdrew from the Median lands, he went on to plunder other territory in the west. Cyaxares was the third king of the Median Empire. He was the son of Rartes, but he only ruled after the Scythians were driven out. And according to Herodotus, he was the most capable king of Media. He was a stellar military commander, and he was the first to divide his troops into distinct sections of spearmen, horsemen, and archers. And after Rartes died, the Scythians overran Media, as I said earlier. And Cyaxares took out the Scythians and allied himself with King Nabopolassar of Babylon in order to mutually defeat the Assyrians. Astyages was the last king of the Median Empire, and he ruled from 585 to 550 BCE. He was also the grandfather to Cyrus the Great, who later dethroned him at the Battle of Sargon. He was betrayed on the battlefield by one of his generals, who was most likely Harpagus, because Harpagus was Astyages' main general at the battle, and he later went on to serve under Cyrus the Great. So it's very likely he has something to do with the Medians. So what happened to the Median Empire? After the Medes mistreated the Persians for years, Cyrus fought a rebellion against his grandfather in 552 BCE. And after the Median defeat at the Battle of Sargon, disgruntled Median nobles turned their own king into Cyrus. Despite the fall of the empire, many Medians retained positions of power in the newly formed Achaemenid Empire and were employed as officials, sages, and generals. This map shows the land of Media and Persia in the ancient world. Note that although they are not the same territory, their proximity to each other explains much of the similarities. And this is a relief from the Abdana Hall, or the Hall of the Thousand Columns, which shows the similarities and differences between the Medes and Persians. The Median soldiers wore rounded helmets and boots, while the Persian soldiers wore more fluted tiaras. So now I'm going to talk about Zoroaster, and this is the last subject we're going to talk about today. We're going to attempt to answer 3 questions about Bhagavad. First of all, where was he born? During which years did he live? And how did his teaching and our religion of Zoroastrianism spread throughout the ancient world? The birthplace of Zarathustra, not unlike many aspects of pre-Academic history, is extremely unclear. Some legends place his birth in the western Iran, near modern-day Tehran, while others claim his birthplace was in the east. But due to the Eastern language of the Gathas, it is more likely that he was born in the east, near Bactria, than near present-day Tehran in the west. This map shows the position of Bactria in relation to Persia and modern Iran. Bactria is a circle on the right hand, and on the left, the question marks in Tehran. And how English Shastra became a follower of Zoroastrianism. English Shastra was a patron of Zoroaster and established the first true Zoroastrian community. He was instrumental in diffusing the religion into his power and influence. And although the Shastra initially had Zoroaster jailed due to accusations of other jealous ministers, he converted to Zoroastrianism after Zoroaster cured his demon horse and demonstrated the power of Zoroastrianism. And then around what time did Zoroaster live? There are many conflicting, due to lack of archaeological evidence, it's nearly impossible to pinpoint exact years during which Zoroaster was alive. Instead, we need to rely on linguistic and sociocultural resources, many of which contradict each other. And the traditional date for Zarathustra's birth is around 628 BCE. And this is from a Greek source which places in 258 years before Alexander. However, this date has been called into question after more linguists worked on the Gathas. It became clear that the language of the Gathas was far older than the language of spoken in the later years of the Median Empire. And Gothic Avestan is extremely similar to Sanskrit of the Hindu Rig Vedas, which were dated from 1500 to 1200 BC. And this would mean that Zarathustra must have lived earlier than the traditional date of around 620 BCE, and most scholars now believe that he lived between the years 1700 and 1000 BCE. The last thing we're going to touch on is the origin of the Prabhupada. The Prabhupada is a Pahlavi or Middle Persian word derived from the Western word Prabharane, which means I choose. The Prabhupada represents the Prabhushi, which is the guardian spirit mentioned in the Avesta, who sends the soul out into the material world to fight the battle of good versus evil. However, this image is not original and it is a modified version of the symbol of the Assyrian god Ashur. Who was Ashur? Ashur was the king of all the Assyrian gods, and he gave his name to the people who worshipped him. He is believed to be the sun god, as he is represented by sun discs with wings. He was so deeply worshipped that many Assyrian kings took their names from him. Just a few examples include Ashur Nasrpal, Ashur Ubal I, and Ashur Banipal. And original images of Ashur did not include the bow and arrow we see today. It was later added in order to symbolize the martial spirit of the Assyrian Empire. And this is an image of Ashur, the modified image of Ashur, complete with the bow and arrow, and you can see it's quite similar to a modern-day image of the Prophet. And this is an image of, this picture was taken of an Assyrian relief, which is currently housed in the British Museum in London. These reliefs originally stood in the palace of King Ashur Nasrpal II, who reigned from approximately 883 to 859 BCE. So as you can see, based on the date, the symbol of the Prabhupada, the original symbol, most definitely predates both the Achaemenids and the Median Empire. That's a zoomed about close-up version. The most striking difference between assure and the proper is that rather than holding a ring in his hand like the proper is, usually assure is holding a bow and arrow. Assure was suggested to bring fiery arrows down on his enemies, as opposed to the proper sheep, which is considered a peaceful spirit. And then I'm going to take you to the parts of the proper sheep and what they mean really quickly. Number one is the proper space, and it's that of a human being which indicates its connection as a guardian spirit to mankind. Number two is that there are two wings on each side of the picture. Each wing has three sets of feathers. These feathers indicate good thoughts, good words, and good deeds, which are at the same time the three most important creeds of the Zoroastrian faith. And then the lower part of the proper, number three, consists of three parts, which represent bad thoughts, bad words, and bad deeds, which cause misery and misfortune for human beings. Number four are the two loops, or legs, at the two sides of the proper, which represent Spentamani and Hungary. The former, Spentamani, is in the front of the face, and Hungary is located at the back. This indicates that we proceed towards the good and turn away from the bad. Number five is the circle in the middle of the proper throne, which indicates that our spirit is immortal and doesn't have a beginning or an end. And number six is the hand and the ring that the proper is holding. The hand that points upwards shows the direction which we have to strive to go towards. And then the ring represents loyalty and faithfulness, which is the basis of our system. And this is my bibliography page, and these are all the sources I use in my research.
We'll go ahead and go into our next presentation as well. I'd like to introduce Urshir Victoria. She's going to be covering academia and empire as well. Urshir holds an MBA in medical biology. She's worked in the biotech and food industry as well as the University of Rochester. She currently teaches biology, microbiology, anatomy, and physiology at the local community colleges. And she's great enthusiasm as well in sports and wants to engage varsity children and youth for volunteering services. And she is currently pursuing her doctorate in education. So,
All right. Photo disaster. Okay. All right. So as some of you heard me speak before, I tend to move around, walk around. I'm just going to talk about it. Huh? Yeah, I'm going to talk about it if this fails. I teach in a big auditorium anyway, so I'm used to projecting my voice. So I don't care if this works, doesn't work. And I'm also used to asking smart questions. So be prepared, don't be sleepy. I'm going to ask you, who's the mother of science, you know? And you're going to be like, me. Okay, so be ready. Don't be like, this is history. I used to love history until I had my first history teacher. She was super boring. She'd sit up front of me. Read page after page after page. And for years, I never liked history. Till Rohit and I was been like, come on, speak what I read. 20 minutes only, this, that, and now I'm not liking it. So, anyway, let's get started. So when I started reading about the Achaemenians, I'm going to overlap a little bit with Soros's speech just to provide some continuity. I realized that whole empire is just dash the great, dash the first, dash the second. And so it's all about the greats, the first, and the seconds. Okay? Okay. So I also appreciate, I just wanted to provide a great number point about being able to relay and continue your history, because quite frankly, if I don't do this, 4 generations from now, nobody's going to know what I know. Same way, if nobody, because we can't find relates and things for our period, we can't talk about it. So it's important that we do. And the other thing I want to also give a little background about is that the buzzword of community colleges today is diversity and inclusion, right? Everybody thinks this is a big concept and a new concept, and we must embrace all religions, cultures, etc. And I'm doing this talk, and I'm like, oh, Cyrus did this like long ago. He was considered the most diverse and inclusive ruler, and he'll be the highlight of my talk, and my talk is a little more casual, but you know, that's really because he is the highlight of this entire empire. So just briefly to overlap with Zoroastrianism, the median things, the maternal, that's the maternal lineage of Cyrus, and we have galaxies, etc. So we get Astyages. Astyages, that dude was bad, real bad. Like everybody read about him, he's like, he was cruel, he did this, he did that, and in Gujarati he'd be like Choto and Mucho and Nakama Manus. Okay, but he was a king. And he was eventually handed in probably by Armagus, and we don't know for sure. But he was defeated by his grandson, Cyrus II. And so just realize this is all his mother's lineage. And we're going to talk about his father's lineage. And of course, the mother and the father produced the son, who was Cyrus. Okay. So the paternal lineage follows the Persian Kishvesh or Teshkis first. He was the son of Achaemenes, great-great-grandpapa of Cyrus II. He divided his empire into two. The son number 1, Ramses, his eastern territories, and son number 2, in the west, everything given to Cyrus I. And we believe that Cyrus goes to Nanshan, and Nanshan is where probably Cyrus the Great was born. And Cyrus I was now grandpapa of Cyrus II. So we have Deshpish or Chishpish in Persian. His son was Cyrus I. His son was Cambyses I. His son was Cyrus II. So where does the maternal lineage come in when we talk about Astyages' daughter, Mandana? So Mandana, Mandanese, differently. So this was the maternal lineage. This is where Astyages comes in, and Cyrus is great. Okay? And again, as you see, it's either grade 1 or 2, right? They ran out of names. Okay, so Mandana was Astyages' daughter, married Cambyses I, son of Cyrus I. Their son was Cyrus II, or Cyrus the Great. And this is rock relief, again, controversial, nobody's written a whole book on all this. Is obviously American scholars, and I'm not labeled scholar, so to speak. But they believe that this is a statue or a relief of Cyrus the Great. And they believe that because if you look at some similarities with particular figure which is found later, but also because on the top of this, on this relief and at the top somewhere it says I am Cyrus. So they were like, okay, if it says I am Cyrus, it probably is Cyrus. Okay. So, the timeline, why do we know all this? Again, coming to Reginald's point that we should continue and participate in express our history, learn about our history and then pass it on, is because we realize now that most of our knowledge about this period relies on Greek records. What does that mean? The Greeks liked us, they would write something next. If they didn't like somebody, they would write something there. So it's all by bias, because we weren't necessarily doing this in a scholarly way. So a lot of the Greek records tell us who was Cyrus. So the empire was founded by Cyrus the Great, the capital was Persepolis, and it encompassed 3 major civilizations, starting from Mesopotamia, all the way ranging to Venus, and starting from Egypt Sumerian leaders, including Mesopotamia. And we also know some of this period because of the inscription that was found, which was made during the reign of Darius, and those inscriptions are called the very Sumerian inscriptions. And for years and years, obviously, all of this stuff existed in Persian, and nobody knew what the heck it was, till it was translated in the Qajar period, which was about the 19th century. Persepolis was considered the capital city, and when Persians discovered all this, it was sometime I believe during after the Qajar period, so towards the end when the Pahlavi dynasty was going on, and Pahlavi in the last group of Iran was being raided. So they were really excited about all this stuff, and then they actually held this major event. They honored this great past, and they celebrated this empire that was guarded, and there was this huge event. And I mean, you can actually see in aerial views how broad and vast this event was. It was conducted on a very, very intense scale. So now, after that period, awareness was there among the lay people about all these inscriptions and beliefs, and currently youth who know about him admire the Veda system. They give flowers there, they conduct celebrations over there. So it's now part of the fabric. Okay. So let's begin with Zachary. We talked about his maternal lineage, his paternal lineage, and at some point he begins to rebel against Asialis, and as Sarah pointed out, Asialis war was really not a major war because he just handed over. So he just literally walks into media, and he's got media as well as Persia tonight with his vast empire, and he begins establishing what's called the Empire of Persia. In 547 BC, he conquers Libya. In 539, he conquers Babylon. Again, the second time he does it relentlessly. That means he walks into Babylon and is literally beat, not war. It's like come on, conquer us, join us. And there he allows the return of the Jews, and he actually says he will use funds to rebuild the temple. 530 to 532, Cambyses the second rules. 582 to 486, Darius the first. Now he's got Darius, great. Xerxes the first comes later, then comes Darius the third. After Xerxes, in the meantime, he's built this wall, which is called the Palace of Xerxes, with 32 columns and these huge places. 334, Alexander begins. Alexander defeats Darius the third, and of course, it's severed in his memory. Persepolis is burned and looted. Death of Darius the third at the end of the Achaemenid Empire of Persia. This gentleman, Alexander, is of course known as Alexander the Great, also himself, he says he had great ones and twos. But among lay Persians, if you go, I believe, from if you go village to village and then recounting the story of Persepolis and Alexander, he's actually known as Alexander the Rascal. So it depends on which side you read this story. Achaemenid Empire was stretched all the way from Egypt to India. So you can see, I mean, if you've ever taken a flight from Bombay to Europe for a connection to the US, I mean, it takes hours, and when they show you the flight screen, where you are, and you kind of follow you are actually following this path, to be honest. You don't even realize it, but next time you're flying, look at it. It's really interesting that it takes a plane today also hours and hours to go within span space. And these guys actually grew this whole vast space. So it's mind-boggling how much they grew. Our Anshan is related, since we look both things. Anshan today, it's also known as Ptolemia. In Iran, and as pointed out, its excavations covered all around my civilization, current civilization. So what's happening is these guys are going with picks and shovels and axes. We want to dig, we want to explore, and the people living there say, no, we want to grow crops for food, we want to survive. So it's like a constant battle. We want to do this with the land, and they want to live with the land. So that's part of the problem, because it's kind of surrounded. Why is this period so important? Why is it so famous? Because of the Cyrus cylinder. we have all 44 lines that have been read and translated, and of course it's right there in the corner. Well, replica. It's not right there, it's but right there, right? 44 lines. It looks something like this, right? It's in cuneiform script, and it's kind of interesting that most of the things from that period were written in three scripts: the Elamite, the Old Persian, and the third script. Excuse me right now, but there's a third script. So everything was written in three scripts so that people of all surrounding areas could read it. It's actually much smaller than you think. You can see this is the man's hand. I mean, when you look at pictures of it, it looks like this big barrel, and it's not. Tiny. It's also obviously not. Key features about Cyrus is that all these conflicts were relatively peaceful. The Median Empire, he took Ecbatana, Assyria was just delivered by his own soldiers, and he started with Babylonia and bloodshed. He enters in peace. And primarily because of that, he's still sort of written about very positively by all historians of that period. He honors local tradition and he rebuilds it and also restores it to jobs. Line number 22 on his cylinder has been translated as "When I went as a harbinger of peace." He talks about himself being peace-bringing. And then in line 26 he says, "I soothed their weariness and freed them from their bonds." So everything about him sounds positive, right? Which all things say, really positive. But in particular, it holds true for him because he really did do that diversity in Portuguese long before it was popular. Particularly is the capital city that he built, and here's a picture of Cyrus. This is been taken from the Oriental Institute's very fantastic collection of archives, but again, impossible to do in 20 minutes speech. But I would encourage you to look at some of the speeches. They are stunning, they're black and white, and they are like, they just give you an idea of the scale of the place. Particularly the word Paradisa or paradise, again, house of the garden, it was a place of gardens, and considered, yes, very this apparently is sort of the coronation place for the kings. Apparently the kings would go up a staircase, go into this place. Initially they would be wearing, I don't know how long it lasted, but they would be wearing a purple robe that Cyrus had, and he would be crowned king and sitting on a particular chair, and these are the rules of the coronation. If you can, can you click on each thing, please? Or shall I do the second one? That's the second one. I just wanted to show you that if you go to the Oriental Institute Exposition Gallery website, and if you should go at the point, even if you just go to the gallery and scroll through their pictures, it's like amazing. There's a ton of stuff, and it's great that we have it in the backyard, and beautiful, now it's available to the world, to the web. Shut up.
Good one.
Yep. And there is Professor Payne. Am I right? That's your website? Yes, and apparently you just presented in March at the Oriental Institute in India. So I was very interested to read about that. I was like, he went to where I'm from, and he knows all about this stuff, and I'm part of this culture. I'm still learning. But anyway, it's an honor to be here, and I'm glad we can introduce you at some point. I know there'll be a more formal introduction, but it was interesting that he is learning about all of this stuff, and if you scroll down, you actually see it somewhere it states that went to including the things down here, right? Or maybe it's in the news and events that you went to the Korean Institute of Kama, and he's written a very nice book, which I'm interested in, but I really could read this the start of semester, I had a ton to do and I had to present. So I want to read your book, which is out, but I can't read it again. Anyway, that's me, and that was Cyrus, and that was the Achaemenid Empire, and I hope they come up and proceed with the next empire. And, oh, I forgot my follow-up questions. Who was the mother of Cyrus? Yes, who was the father of Cyrus? The Great. Who was the father of Cyrus the Great? Professor Payne. Is he right? He said Cambyses. He wasn't father of Cyrus the Great. Who was father of Cyrus the Great? Was it Cambyses? Which Cambyses? First. And eventually, who's the great-grandpapa of Cyrus? Who's the grandpapa of Cyrus? Somebody said it here. That's the others. Who's the great-grandpapa? Okay, go ahead and do the search. Thank you.
The slide shows only the date available on the site or some.
Yeah, so the slide shows are going to be compiled again this year. Special thanks to the Victoria. Thank you very much. I'd like to introduce our next speaker. It's almost scared. She's a volunteer, educationalist, author, and been in our association at the ZAC for quite a long time. She's been talking about the Seleucid era and empire as well, and considered for the process.
So the once powerful Median Empire fell in the hands of Alexander the Great of Macedonia. And when Alexander took Macedonia, he destroyed when he took the Achaemenid Empire, he destroyed Persepolis, burning it to the ground. This brought about a period of Hellenistic or Greek movement in Iran. The Seleucid Empire was born during this time of Greek rule. And today I'll be talking about how this empire came to be, its rise and eventual decline from power, particularly in Iran, and its impacts in other cities. But first, let's look at how the Seleucid dynasty came to be formed. The story actually begins with the death of Alexander, which occurred in 320 BC. Now, Alexander died at a young age of 32, just 7 years after the burning of Persepolis. He left behind a very vast empire stretching all the way from Greece to India. But he didn't leave behind clear heirs to the throne. His wife Anna was actually pregnant when he died, and his only child was yet unborn. So there was a lot of uncertainty at that time as to what the next step should be, who was going to take control of his empire. And as we see there on his deathbed, by some accounts, Alexander actually declared his will by giving his ring to one of his senior generals named Perdiccas. And so in the end, it was decided that Perdiccas would serve as regent of the empire and commander-in-chief of the imperial army. However, Perdiccas was not without rivals. There were some people who were unhappy with his rule. He proved to be quite intolerant of those rivals, and he soon proved to be interested in controlling as well. So, in a couple of years, some of them decided to revolt, and this actually led to Perdiccas' death. At that time, the empire was partitioned among 5 Alexander's senior generals, and these generals became known as the Diadochi. Now that's a famous word, but actually just means successors. Over the next several years, these Diadochi were involved in a pretty battles called the Wars of the Diadochi. And during these wars, they tried to expand their own territory as well as limit the power of their rivals. Now, among these Diadochi was Seleucus I, who came to be known as Seleucus Numitor, and Numitor means the word means victor. He was commander-in-chief under Perdiccas, but he was also one of those who decided to assassinate Perdiccas. Now, Seleucus, when the division were made, he was given the satrapy of the province of Babylonia, and he continued to expand his kingdom from there. Although he briefly lost his territory to his rivals, he did reconquer it in 312 BCE and established himself in Babylon, forming the Seleucid dynasty in Europe. So today I'm going to talk a little bit more about his expansion and the rise of the Seleucid Empire. Once he established himself in Babylon, Seleucus began a eastward expansion. And you can see his territory right there, expanding all the way to India. This is by the time of the Fourth War of the Diadochi. Now, he actually stopped attacking India by the Indian Emperor Maurya, and he made a peace treaty with the emperor. So, again, if you look at the map, you can also see where the other Diadochi are. The Ptolemy down there in Egypt, Alexander in the Greece area, and Lysimachus taking place up there in the temple, Antigonus getting most of Syria there. Seleucus obviously had the largest territory in all the East area. Now, the Fourth War of the Diadochi I just mentioned is actually better known as Babylon, and this war took place in 301 BCE. As a result of this war, Seleucus gained control over eastern Anatolia and northern Syria as well. You can see how his area has been extended. He then formed a new capital at Antioch, which was within northern Syria. And he also established another capital in Alexandria called Seleucia on the Tigris, which is just north of Babylon. And then Seleucus kept on expanding his empire as he ruled. His ultimate goal really was to take on the entire empire that Alexander once had. So his empire reached its greatest extent in 281 BCE, when he actually defeated Lysimachus and took the rest of Anatolia. Now, later that same year, he did try to take place in Macedonia to further his expansion westward, but he was stopped by Ptolemy, who had the Egypt area, and Ptolemy murdered him before he could get to it. So after his death, Seleucus was succeeded by his son Antiochus I, whose mother Aphama was actually a Persian noblewoman. Antiochus I, as well as his son and successor, Antiochus II, Antiochus I, who were there, they both had trouble controlling the vast empire that Seleucus had now formed. They were faced with many challenges in the West, including several conflicts with the Ptolemies of Egypt, and also a Celtic invasion of Asia Minor. Now, these challenges distracted them and kept them from being able to control the peace properly. So in 247 BCE, after the death of Antiochus II, the Seleucid capital of Antioch was actually taken over by Ptolemy III. And this set the stage for the succession of Bactria and Parthia, which were two very important areas in the eastern portion of the empire. And it set the stage for the rise of the Parthian Empire, which Chris will be talking about in a few minutes. Now, although there's some controversy over whether Iran was lost at this point or whether it was lost later in the next century, it's pretty clear that the decline of the empire had begun. So with that, I'm going to talk a little bit about what the Seleucid period actually looks like. The Seleucid monarchy was primarily legitimized by military victories. Winning battles actually qualified the king to be protector of his people, and that's one reason why these kingdoms seem to be continually at war at this time. The Seleucid monarchs also claimed to have divine associations, and they expected to be honored as such. When dealing with individual cities, the monarchy acted according to local customs. However, the larger umbrella culture that they maintained was a Hellenistic one. The Quaesine images, for example, were detailed with Greek symbolism and text. In addition, the higher strata of the Seleucid court and army consisted primarily of Greeks and Macedonians. Now, after the Achaemenid rule, the empire was also divided into several large satrapies, and these were renamed as provinces. Governors were responsible for collecting taxes and maintaining peace. The Seleucids did build many new cities, and these were based on the Greek model of polis. Greek and Macedonian immigration was encouraged to the city. The cities were largely autonomous, and regionalism tended to replace the centralization of the Achaemenid Empire. Kings exerted their cities, their influence in cities by means of close associates known as the Plegoi, or friends of the king, who effectively acted as liaisons between the monarchy and their cities. And finally, we take a look at the impact and the legacy of the Seleucid period. The Seleucid impact on the Iranian culture was actually quite limited. The Greek cultural influence was mostly limited to the new cities, and the old towns and villages were largely unaffected due to the regionalism of the time. However, there was one factor that did largely impact Zoroastrianism. Pars, or Persian Conference, which was a very big stronghold of Zoroastrianism, became less prominent in UC. And so now it was just like any other provinces that were around. So at this time, the priests who were just emerging from all the carnage of Persepolis really didn't have that same authority that they used to look to for religious guidance. And they began to chart their own courses, which led to varying practices in our religion, along with some observations that I shared many times. As for other influences, the Seleucids stood for the idea of a coin-based economy. They were also responsible for a calendar system of counting years, which was known as the Seleucid era. And that began in the year 312 of the Seleucid founded dynasty. But perhaps the most lasting legacy of the Seleucids comes from the vastness and diversity of the empire that formed. The Seleucid Empire was a melting pot of cultures and ideologies. And so we have a window that opened the Western world to Eastern thoughts. And now these Western ideas, which were influenced by these Eastern thoughts, much like Iran, also became impacted by Islamic conquest. And by the time of the Enlightenment, many centuries later, there were many schools of thought that played a part in developing the idea that arose from the Enlightenment. So now, as I said, this is probably one of the biggest impacts of the Seleucid dynasty. And now that we have a glimpse at the history and legacy of the Seleucid dynasty, I will give our persons who will talk about the Persian dynasty.
very much. I appreciate the presentation. I'd next like to introduce Persis Driver. Persis has a BA and MA in Business and Economics, a Master's in Teaching, and further completed a PhD in Educational Psychology at USC. She's taught elementary and secondary school in India and US and currently teaches courses on child and adolescent development and learning instruction to undergraduate and graduate students. We're very good to work with children and adolescents in multiple capacities, such as teachers, advisors, nurses, child advocates, and development professionals as well. She's also our children's teacher as well. So, round of applause for Persis.
I think you can hear me very clearly. Excellent. So I'm going to be talking about the Parthian Empire. Just talking about history, we haven't taught history at the elementary grades. One question you get very often is why history? Math is exciting, science is exciting, history, and the energy goes down. And then now teaching those students at the university who want to be history teachers, I ask them, why should you want to learn history? And a lot of people don't have very good responses. Most people go back to the idea of, oh, if you learn history, you don't make the same mistakes as have been made before. That doesn't work for most kids. So I believe a much better reason to be understanding history and learning history is to see history not as a bunch of facts that exist in isolation, but real excitement in understanding history comes from when we see how different things progress, empires progress, people progress in context of what's happening around. And so what I'm going to try and do is today, as I'm talking about the Parthian Empire, I'm going to try to contextualize that within what was happening around them. And of course, as we know, our Zoroastrian history, when we talk about it, we tend to give most emphasis to the Achaemenians and the Sasanians. And the Parthians, who are kind of sandwiched in the middle, get a little bit less of the attention. So and that was the case when I was reading too. I'm going, oh, I didn't even know that. And so I'm kind of going to give this whole message, at the end of this presentation. I'm hoping the one big message that comes across is that the Parthians, kind of sandwiched between these two big dynasties, really embodied the role of middlemen to. And so that's how I'm going to kind of contextualize my entire presentation. So I begin by calling the Parthians the king of kings. The reason for that is because we heard when we were talking about the Achaemenian Empire that I'm sorry. Okay. So the Achaemenian kings like Cyrus the Great love to call themselves king of kings, right? The Parthians, when they came to power after the Seleucids, made a conscious effort to show their ancient Iranian roots, right? So the way they came into power after the Seleucid era was that they had yeah, we'll go with that. So the Parthians kind of started off in the northeast region. And under the Seleucid Empire, they were from the Parni tribe, and there was this rebellion. So they started rebelling against the Seleucids to try and move away from them. And they were very successful. There were several kings who were very successful over the years. The Mithridates one was probably the most important king. And he started this expansion, moving from the east, the Bactrian province in the east, and moving ahead. This king started conquering most of Iran and Persia, moving into Media, Babylonia, Mesopotamia, and then so you can see kind of between the maps, the empire really grew during this time. The Parthians were between about 250 BC to 224 BC, so that's a long period of history that we're talking about. Going back kind of the beginning, right in the beginning, I want to throw out some terminologies that are really, really critical to us understanding the Parthian Empire. One of the Parthia, which is kind of a Latin English derivation of Parthava, which was the original Iranian name for the kingdom, which was the name that was given during the Achaemenid dynasty. And then we sort of derived Partha from it. One other word that became important, something that we're very familiar with, is the word Pehelvan, which was the strongman. We often use that word, even in India, we're aware of that word as the strongmen of that time, who were sort of the saviors, who were the protectors of the kingdom. And so you had that little lineage and roots, things that we are even familiar with now. And even this idea of Rustam in Shahnameh kind of connected to that in certain ways as well. What was happening with the like I mentioned, the Parthians were very, very influenced by the Achaemenids. So they tried very heavily to show those roots. Some ways in which they did that was some of the kings, they claimed to descend from the Achaemenid kings, such as Artaxerxes II of Persia. Some of them named their own sons Darius, so that they could show that connection. Some of them also took on names that were from heroic backgrounds in several Western temples. So they really tried hard to show those roots. And then you could see that influence very heavy in the art and the culture as well. However, they were existing at a time that Greek culture was very, very heavy. Right? So the survival of the Parthians depended very much on striking this delicate balance between the Greek culture, which was prominent, and the Persian, Iranian cultural revival which they were trying to work with. And the only way they could really manage that was by doing a form of governance that had not been done. So while they really related to the Achaemenids, their form of governance was slightly different. Previously, when the governance had been much more centralized, now with the Parthians, they started a much more decentralized form of government. So yes, there were the kings, but they had to really, again, strike this balance with these little tribes and kingdoms where the elites were given much more autonomy than they ever had before. And so their survival, again, depended on how well those kings could work with those kingdoms and how well they could strike that balance using bribes, using asking them for help during wars, but also promising them big gifts. And while this really worked for them, and this was the key to their survival, this is also their downfall. This was also one of the reasons why a lot of the places around them, like the Romans, with whom they were constantly at war, thought they could defeat the Parthians very easily because they thought, oh, they're decentralized. They could not possibly be that powerful. And yet, over and over again through history, we see them trying to defeat the Parthians and not being able to do so. And one of the big reasons was this whole decentralization, which allowed them to win these wars in these really nomadic areas. And so they were very, very good at, I call it the concept of middlemen, because they were really good at striking that balance when it came to war governments. But then they were also very good at doing that when it came to trade. Because of where they were located, they had a lot of control over the Silk Route. Also, they could trade, right? Moving from the west to the east, to India and China. And so what they were able to do was they were able to give protection to the caravan trade that was going on, but at the same time, keeping the east and the west from talking to each other. So they were very good at keeping them, separate so that they could control that trade route very well and keep their whole idea as middlemen still alive. I thought that was very fascinating. And they're smart people, right? And then we move on to kind of this idea of why are we talking about Parthians in relation to nationalism? What's that their influence there? Again, keeping in mind that they were constantly trying to hit this balance and keeping in mind that they were very decentralized. Zoroastrianism was allowed to flourish but it was in a very different form than what we do, right? The part in this form of Zoroastrianism was much more the deification, much more where, yes, we had these Greek gods who we are all aware of, Apollo and Zeus and Aphrodite and all of them who are already existing. And we now have these Zoroastrian gods who are being deified as well. So when we found that there was a lot of comparison that could be made. So Zeus being represented as Ahura Mazda, Anaita and Aphrodite connection there, Apollo and Mithra, Hades and Andromeda. So those kind of coexisted in the way religion was allowed to flourish. We also had, there were certain temples that were found, and we do believe that yes, those had fires in them. Those were fire temples as well. There were two different kinds. One where there was a consecrated fire. One where it was much more again the deification of the Yazadas and the an example of that would be something like the Bazar fire temple in the Khorasan district. It's called, this name basically means this also worked as a solar observatory. But this was a ruin that was found. There was also this coin that was found, which can, where you see fire worship at the old on the coin. And so even though our evidence, there is evidence to this idea that yes, Zoroastrianism in some form existed, the evidence mostly about the Parthians comes from texts that are written in places around them rather than from the Parthians. So a lot of it comes out of the Roman Greeks, the Armenian scripture, the history, that we're trying to get and using that evidence to understand what religion is like. However, the other really big thing is that here's a quote here, which basically shows that the sacred kings really made an effort to send out people into the kingdom to bring back any remnants of texts and scripts and anything that might have survived the destruction which was done during Alexander. And so there was this conscious effort to kind of start consolidating things. So even though Zoroastrianism existed in very different ways, and there was no real way for the kings to control that, in a way, the Parthians set the stage for the Sasanians, who were the next dynasty, come in and start this consolidation process in a much stronger way. And they're often credited with a second compilation of at least an attempt at a second compilation of the Avesta as well, but we do not have enough evidence to state that very firmly. And so I end my presentation again, going back to this idea that if you really try to understand what's happening around the Parthians when they existed, you understand what's happening with them much better. The time that the Parthians ruled was also the time when Greece was overthrown by Rome, and hence constant Roman influence became very, very important. We've heard about, this was also the time when Mark Antony, Julius Caesar's general, constantly tried to defeat the Parthians, wasn't very successful. A lot of infighting with Caesar, Mark Antony, we've heard all of those stories, of course. The Parthian king Phraates, 5 is also when Jesus is born, right? Trigates is one of the kings who defeats Nero, the Roman emperor, and he is declared now the emperor of Armenia, and hence you see the influence of Zoroastrianism in Armenia. And even a little bit of Ferdowsi, Shahname's author, his ancestral home is in the Parthian village. And so you see that even though we don't give Parthians as much importance as Achaemenians and Sasanians, they really were an integral part of our understanding of how Zoroastrianism has progressed over time. So, thank you.
Next, I want to introduce Asha, who is Vice President of the Zoroastrian Association of Metropolitan Chicago, who will be covering the same empire as well. Thank you, Asha.
Hi, you guys are still at the same because I don't know introduction. But anyways, I think an hour and a half I spent on the research and the presentation. So let's talk about the Sasanian Empire, you know. So some quick facts. It was kind of the Sasanian Empire was the highlight of the Iranian civilization. It was referred to as the highlight of the Iranian civilization. The Iranians referred to the Sasanian dynasty as the highlight of the civilization. It was, I would say, established in 224 AD by Ardashir I, who was the son of Tarak and the descendant of Sasan. The empire lasted till around 651 AD and was overthrown by the Arab Caliphate. Some of the achievements during that period were the scriptures and commentaries that were published in the new phonetics, the 46 alphabets. And it's the last pre-Islamic Persian Empire. So these are some of the monarchs. I'm sure there were more, but these are the ones I identified and I thought and that's my approach today. I'm going to talk about these monarchs and what transpired during their regime. So we had Ardashir, we had Shapur I, Shapur II, like Khurshid said, there were a lot of 1 and 2s. Khosrow I, I believe there was Khosrow II as well, and then Yazdagirid III is where the last king that was alive in the dynasty. So Ardashir I, I think he was very dynamic as to, he focused on 3 most important things. One was centralizing of power, because there was so many alliances during the Parthian and the Armenian times that he tried to consolidate them into one, make it monolithic. Zoroastrianism, he tried to make it as one state and gave it more attention and helped the religion flourish during his era. He made it a state religion. And also, his focus was on military, especially the rivalry with Rome, Like I said, the Parthians had kept a federative alliance of small kingdoms in Zoroastrianism, and that's why he wanted to centralize that power. During his time, he appointed a high priest, I believe it was Sansa, who started it, and then it was continued by Kildar, who maintained it for 5 generations. And the biggest thing that came out of this dynasty was the standardization of the Zoroastrian doctrine and practice. Shapur I, he took the Sasanian Empire to its peak. One of his notable facts, one of the notable achievements were like capturing Valerian, who was I think he captured Valerian, who was the Roman emperor, and he also signed a treaty where Armenia was handed over to Persia. And he was also known as the prolific city founder, which seems to have been the start of the Sasanian policy of organization. We had Shapur II. Actually, he was crowned king. He wasn't even born before he was crowned king. I don't know if it's fortune or misfortune. But he was very curious, and maybe that was why, not being a king since his birth, being in his mother's womb, he was king, and I think he was very energetic. he regained many provinces between Tigris and Euphrates. And then it started, then started the regime of Khosrau I. He was one of the most important and renowned kings, famous kings, Sasanian kings. He was successful in both military and administrative duties. He introduced three major reforms: financial, agricultural, and I forgot the financial, administrative, and military reforms, I believe. Those were the three big reforms that he introduced. You know, the game of chess apparently was invented during his regime in Iran. He was also one of the most important of Khosrau's achievements was seeking knowledge, and there was special attention given to the Academy of Shahu. The Academy was one of the most important centers of learning in the world's history, as it sought texts from all of the neighboring countries, from Greek philosophers to Iranian religious texts. And lastly, we had Yazid III, who was the last Sasanian king. Unlike Shapur II, he was not made the king while he was unborn. He was made king at 8 years old. And they did not make him, they did not crown him in the capital, but they did it in the province of Persis, the original home of the Sasanian dynasty. He ruled during the time of the Muslim invasion. He was a king during very tough times when the Arabs all over the place had started invading us. He fled to the capital, fled from the capital and moved to Ray. But soon after, in 640, year 640 CE, the Arabs managed to take over the Homeland of Iran. So pretty much the Sasanian dynasty was done in like almost 640, 642 AD. But I think the name was still there because I believe he was still alive until 651 CE, when he was actually murdered by a local miller near Mars. So these were my references, my bibliography. But again, you know, we have a very strong panel of presentations, and I hate to close it on a very low level. So I provided kind of the skeletal services for the Sasanian Empire, and I'm going to bring the muscle now. A very renowned scholar, an in-house scholar, Dr. Kersiakia, who has offered to provide facts and stories on Sasanian dynasty which are not known to most of us. So I would like to welcome Dr. Kersiakia. Thank you.
One thing that stands out, like he said, Sasanian was started for establishing Zoroastrian religion, but that doesn't mean that Zoroastrian religion was intolerant of others. There is a very good history of tolerance by Sasanian kings to the Christians, to the Jews. As a matter of fact, Christianity wasn't accepted by Constantine by the time Sasanian had started, and there was no animosity there between Christians and Sasanians. And Shapur won many cities from the Roman territories and brought the Greeks and even the Christians and settled them in a very nice town. And the Greeks became as rich, if not richer, than the Persian Romans. So you can see how much tolerance was there, except when the Roman kings they became Christian and wanted to even conquer India. And they wanted a route all through India. And they were using Armenia to really win so they can go to Iran and then India. And that created problems between Rome and Sasanians. But Sasanians and Parthians too were the only kings that Romans could not win all the time. At the most, they won 50-50, nothing more. And in the treaties, if you read, the Romans called the Sasanian emperor brother. And actually, the last Kushru was almost adopted by Roman King Maurice. And he was almost like his adopted son because Kushru sought protection and refuge under him. But when Maurice was killed by subterfuge, Kushru got very, very angry and started attacking the Roman Empire. So much so that Kushru, this was Kushru Pervez, conquered as much territories as the Achaemenians did. He went up to Egypt and then he conquered Jerusalem. One thing that strikes out in my notations in history is whenever the Sasanians or even Parthians attacked the Roman territory, the Jews, if whenever possible, will open the gates for them so that they can come in and conquer. That happened in Jerusalem, but it also happened in other Mesopotamian towns. Unfortunately, Kushru Pervez overextended himself. As a matter of fact, all of us, all the Romans and Persians overextended themselves. So by the time Islam came, they were all overextended and overexhausted. And that was the reason for the Arab conquest. There is another reason that I don't have time to go into. But let me go back to this history of Sasanians and Roman emperors and even Parthians. To me, it is so very important to understand why in the world we ended up in India. Why in the world we settled in India. Nobody has studied that, but I have written papers, but they still lie unpublished. But you wouldn't believe how crazy the Romans were for silk. And silk was imported by Persians into Ceylon, Sri Lanka. And the Romans tried their hard to reach to Sri Lanka before we Persians would reach there, but they never succeeded. They also employed Ethiopians for that task, but we outbeat them. And they even captured Yemen, but Kushru first captured it back and placed the Persian army there. But when Islam came into being in the life of Muhammad himself, that Persian army converted to Islam. And I wondered how could that happen even when we had not lost our empire to Muslims. Then I realized through other things that Kushru had sent the prisoners who were the followers of Muslim, and they were sort of not having any luck if they went back to India. They were all prisoners. Some of them might have been even killed, but Kushru was smart enough. He was overextended. He had to fight the Atharites and others, so he sent them to Yemen, and that explains why they became Muslims, but Muhammad, the Prophet, called them Abna, means Lord. And so, and another thing about Muhammad is, I think Muhammad is our savior in many ways. I would like to emphasize that because when Babylon was captured, there were many Zoroastrians there because of the trade. And somebody asked him what to do with this. We were dhimmis. Dhimmis had no rights. Dhimmis were neither Christian nor Jews. We were not at that time accepted as people of the book. So they asked Muhammad and he said, accept them as people of the book. And so, after the battle of the British that we won, but then when we were defeated by the Arabs, we were regarded as dhimmis, and the Caliph at that time was going to just make our women slaves and make ourselves slaves, and it would be disastrous. So he wrote to somebody, some great guy, who inquired and said, no, the Prophet had said to treat them as people of the book. Is my time over? Okay, I can see that. I don't know what to say, but I will have something to say. Okay, so you can see how in so many respects, Sasanian is so important. It's so important to me because I'm studying and writing a book about Jews and Zoroastrians. And I have hardly found a better relations between the two people, even though some historians messed it up a few decades ago and misinterpreted some of the events. Even a great historian like Houston, whom I admire and have met, really made some errors in interpreting, which Shulshaki and Brody and others are now correcting. And I'm very proud to know that the relation between the two was so good. And they had that chief called Exilar. He had the same status as a minor king. That is a historian, Jewish historian, Jeffrey Herman. He has written a book in 2012, Prince Without a Kingdom. And that was a Jewish king. Such nice were the relations between Jews and Zoroastrians. And such great was the success and the story of the Sassanians. Thank you for the 10 minutes to share with you.
First of all, thanks to John for setting saving the day for us. Thank you. And Percy, thank you. I have the pleasure of introducing Professor Richard Payne. Professor Payne comes with high fame, unassuming scholar, and right in our midst in Chicago at the Oriental Institute. I will not read the bio, it's there on your table. There are 2 copies of the bio and program on each table, so you can read that for yourself. But the way I was introduced to Professor Payne was through the emails go back and forth, I came across a little blurb on the internet that Professor Payne had delivered a lecture at the Kama Oriental Institute on Sasanians the most tolerant. So that sparked my interest. That's a subject that is dear to us. So we need to invite Professor Payne, particularly since he was right here in Chicago. And lo and behold, because of our relationship now with the Oriental Institute, we have established a very close tie with the Oriental Institute. You all know that we have an exhibit at the Institute called Persepolis, Images of Empire, which is the Persepolis. And it's sponsored by our association, the Zoroastrian Association of Chicago, and the Federation of North America. So we paid a visit yesterday, and Professor Payne came down and saw us, and we're very pleased to see him. Also with the Oriental Institute, we celebrated the Rose celebration this year in March. We celebrated the Rose. We had 2 events, one for the children and one for the adults. And a lot of you came and participated. This next year, it's going to be on March 11th. We're going to combine both the adult and the children's program together. So hope that you will come. And through our association, we got to invite Professor Payne to come and visit with us and talk to us about the Sasanian. His specialty is in the Sasanian period, and he's published several books right there on the table for display. And if you'd like to buy any of his books, they are available at IAC concession rate for us. So, Professor Payne, we're very glad to have you. Look forward to listening to what you have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks to all of you for the invitation. It's an honor to be here. It's rare and very welcome experience to be with the company, scholars, students, and others who are interested in the history of Zoroastrianism from its inception unto the contemporary. Is the sound okay? I can speak loud. That's not a problem.
You can just turn it on.
It's all right. It's already. All right. That better? So I would say that it's a very, very welcome experience to be in the company of those interested in the history of Zoroastrianism from the beginning until present. When I first entered the subject, more or less by accident, I had no knowledge or experience of contemporary Zoroastrianism. And it's only over the past year, beginning in July and the spring, that I've begun a dialogue with contemporary practitioners that is one of which I am really dealing. I'd like to say it's a very exciting time for scholarship on Zoroastrianism, ancient Zoroastrianism, in particular in the United States, although not only in the United States, also in Canada and Europe. There is an enormous interest among undergraduate and graduate students to study the languages, which are, of course, the necessary prerequisite. Until quite recently, there were only a handful of places in the world where one could study the Persian or Saudi, for example. That number is growing. Even more importantly, the number of students who are willing to dedicate years of their lives to the study of these exceptionally difficult languages is also increasing. I've been at Chicago for only 3 years. I have upward of 10 PhD students who are specializing in some aspect of ancient or really medieval Zoroastrianism and have attained a very high degree of proficiency in Middle Persian, for example. That's very exciting. I would never have guessed that. When I entered the field, it was something eccentric and attractive one of sort of quizzical looks, right? And now it's something we're genuinely excited about. And that comes from the institutional level as well. That is, graduate students, me, something very concrete. That means a lot of money, right? That means institutions like the University of Chicago are investing in the education of students to attain proficiency in these languages and to conduct doctoral work on these subjects. And I think the University of Chicago is one of the most promising places for research on the topic, but that's happening elsewhere. There's a position in Oxford, for instance, that was just advertised this year, and I think this is really a global phenomenon. So really, I just want to say that it's a very exciting moment in this, from the perspective of the scholarly, academic, institutional world. There's a lot to look forward to, and I'm very happy to be part of that, and especially to build something at the Institute, where our director in particular has made it his lifelong mission to build Iranian studies at the OI and to return it to the position that it once held early in the 20th century as the preeminent center of the world for the study of ancient Iran in terms of its culture, language, and archaeology and material culture. That's our goal, and it's a pleasure to work there to advance that. Now I'll turn to the paper, and I'd like to begin with a quotation from the Zoroastrian scholar writing in the 6th century Iranian sustaining report, where he expresses the relationship between religion and empire in terms of a biological metaphor. Know that religion and kingship are twin brothers who cannot exist without one another, as religion is the foundation of kingship, and kingship the guardian of religion. Other contemporary Zoroastrian scholars voiced similar metaphors, for instance, in the famous letter of Ansar. Religion and kingship were born of one womb, joined together and never to be sundered. It is an account of religion and empire that frequently recurs in Zoroastrian scholarly compendia in the 9th century, as well as in Arabic writers drawing on pre-Islamic Iranian texts. It appears to have been a vision of political order so widespread among the Zoroastrian elite as to have been almost phenomenal. The common sense understanding of politics among the ruling classes of the Iranian Empire and its successor states. It is the interdependency between religion and empire implied in this metaphor of twinship that I intend to explore today. It's crucial to give these slides. I'm not a very visual person, so don't expect me to be excited about empire, when we think of empire, we think quite rightly of exploitation, the accumulation of power, specifically material, economic power. Right? We think of religion, we think of the highest ethical ideals. That is, the most immaterial and ideal aspects of human action. How do the two fit together? What is contained within this metaphor? Because it's seemingly quite paradoxical, and that's what I'd like to address today. We'll begin with the perspective of the Zoroastrian Iranian leaders who expounded the interdependencies of the empire, before turning to the perspective of non-Zoroastrians, Christians, who regarded this notion of the twinship of religion and empire very critically, while also carving out successful positions for themselves within the Zoroastrian political order. And I should say here that the first half of the talk is outlining the book project that I'm currently writing, and the second half of the talk will turn to the themes of tolerance and intolerance that are in the book that came out last year, and that's on the table. This topic I've gone from, so I'm going to use fresh material as well as terrain and already covered. Often dismissed as mere propaganda or inconsequential idealization, the theory of the interdependency of religion and empire accurately captures what Zoroastrian elites sought to achieve in their antiquity. And their efforts would transform Near Eastern society and define its cultural, political, and even economic horizons for 4 centuries, arguably irrevocably. It's my goal, in short, to restore the centrality of the Zoroastrian religion to our understanding of the history of the Near East in the first millennium. To do so, I need first of all to define what religion and what empire means here. And then, as we've heard, the first king of kings, Richard I, inaugurated the Iranian Empire in 1926 after the defeat of the last Iranian kings. I have to say, I've rarely heard a better description of the Parthians than as consummate mediators. It wasn't mediators. Middlemen, I'm going to steal a phrase and employ it in my own teaching. Ardashir proceeded to conquer an archipelago of territories extending from eastern Arabia to Bactria, which is now Pakistan. The court of Ardashir introduced a novel conception of empire that heralded the restructuring of the pre-existing order. He named the empire Iran Shah, an ethno-geographic term drawn from the West. It designated a territory, Shah, of a ethno-political group, the Iran, or what I would call the Iranians. The latter word invented the mythical kings and warriors that protected and promoted the religion of Zoroaster. There's no evidence that in the 3rd century before the introduction of this term that anyone would describe him or herself as an heir or as a mom. It's a new ethnic concept that the Ardashir introduces. The early Sasanian kings and kings applied this term, heir, to themselves and to their aristocratic followers, who proceeded to create the most extensive, enduring, and infrastructurally robust empire of the ancient East. They did so, I'll argue, through the creation of a more cohesive, distinctively Zoroastrian ruling class that shared material interests as well as religious ideals. The Iranians, a community of Zoroastrian elites sharing common myths and genealogies, what I call an ethnic. It included the disparate Parthian aristocratic houses on whom the court would always depend for its military power and for its administration. That is, the court could not possibly dispatch a military force against the Romans without persuading these decentralized Parthian aristocrats to come together and join in the campaign. So there's this relationship of persuasion, to persuade military men to fight on its behalf. The empire was nothing more and nothing less than a network of aristocratic houses with a monopoly on the military, and to a great extent, religious power. Among the first acts of Ardashir I was, somewhat surprisingly, the destruction of fire temples. He was believed to have taken away fires from the fire temples, extinguished them, and blotted them out, according to Ansar. What the first Sasanian achieved was not the destruction of Zoroastrian institutions, however, but rather a royal monopoly on fire temples and authority. Parthian rulers had maintained dynastic cults and honored their ancestors on the model of the shrines of the Seleucids, who had introduced the worship of rulers as gods on the model, with Alexander the Great as the paradigmatic ruler for the worship. And it's with the cult of Alexander, this notion of worshiping rulers as gods is disseminated throughout the Iranian world with associated dynastic shrines and sanctuaries. The early Sasanians eliminated both all royal fires other than their own, as well as all such dynastic cults in which rulers or their ancestors or successors were worshipped. The latter were inconceivable within a Zoroastrian conception of kingship. Rulers could not themselves be gods, even if their lineages and persons enjoyed divine sanction. So in this act, we can already see the importance of Zoroastrian ideas of reshaping kingship. With the rise of the Sasanians, we witnessed the immediate disappearance of a more than 500-year tradition of worshiping rulers as gods in favor of a conception of rulers as the agents of rulers. Thus, the Sasanians are much better known, rightly, as builders of fire temples rather than as destroyers of them. Displaying shrines on the obverse of their coins are the slides. Apart from not being particularly visual, but also technologically incompetent. So I adapted the last day. So as you see on the left, fire temple representing the obverse of the coins are sheer. Here linking the authority of the royal house with the institutions of Zoroastrian ritual, Shapur I recounted the construction of Adur fires on behalf of the royal house and its allies in the inscription on the so-called Kaaba of Zoroaster, which two such sites are very well documented archaeologically. The first on your right, Raja and Sistan, identified antiquity would be a destined mythical geographical lake Leonsi, where the seed of Zoroaster was supposedly preserved until the cosmic restoration. Although there are Achaemenian and Parthian strata at the site, suggesting that it was a place of veneration long before the Sasanians, there is a major reconstruction creating a large-scale fire temple complex, as well as perhaps a Hervedistan, a Zoroastrian priestly school, that all of which took place precisely in the middle of the 3rd century, contemporaneous with the rise of Bashir. The second is a far more humble site, whose ancient name and remains are unknown. I apologize for the photos. These are the only published photos of the site from a survey back in the 1970s. It's never been worked on since. But I think it's actually one of the most important sites in Iran for the history of Zoroastrianism. It's called Nakhla. It's about 200 kilometers to the northeast of Isfahan. Here we have a so-called Chahartop structure characteristic of later Sasanian fire temples. But here, it's important, this is the only site that's been carbon dated. Right? So we actually have a precise demonstrable date for the construction of this Chahartop as a fire temple structure, and it is precisely, again, in the middle of the 3rd century, so contemporaneous with the rise of the Sasanians. The Kuhwaja represents one of the vast temple complexes that attracted visitors from across the empire, somewhat anachronistically we could describe as a pilgrimage site, that also served as major sites of administration. Nakhla serves as an example of a much smaller scale, regional, or even micro-regional fire temples that gradually came to punctuate the landscapes of the entire empire, from Mesopotamia to Khorasan. The practitioners of the rituals taking place in these fire temples became the primary representatives of the ruling house and major power brokers, provinces, and indeed the court. Thanks to the inscriptions of one particularly voluble Zoroastrian religious specialist, Eudes, we can trace the emergence of a trans-regional religious elite in possession of extensive political, economic, and religious power. In his capacity as chief Mobed, Eudes served as the paramount religious authority under 4 successive kings from the 240s and the early 220s, presiding over the institutionalization of the Zoroastrian religion on a pan-European scale, constructing fire temples, creating a religious hierarchy, as well as defining a range of legitimate doctrines, rituals. He claimed to have built fire temples across the empire, and, as I've suggested in the archaeology, we have good reason to believe that. We'll often doubt everything in Eudes' inscription, some of which we might have reason to question, but some of it actually happened, right? When he says he built a lot of fire temples, it's real, a little archaeology that supports that. He also claims to have, importantly, a monopoly on judicial authority, the royal vested in him. He obtained the privilege of sanctioning contracts, treaties, and judgments. In other words, all formal juridical marriages, inheritances, property transfers, and dispute settlements throughout the empire. As we all know, control over law, particularly control of property, transactions, and marriage is a pretty crucial instrument in the position of economic power. From the 3rd century onward, a complex system of jurisprudence predicated on Zoroastrian ritual and cosmological law developed in Iran for the first time, regulating everything from the treatment of women and slaves to the levying of taxes. By the way, the Zoroastrian jurisprudence is the first ancient legal system we know of to ban beating slaves and beating women, both of which were entirely conventional in ancient Mediterranean and ancient Near Eastern legal systems. In the Zoroastrian cosmological framework, all natural things, from bodies, metals, rivers to winds, channeled supernatural forces, all were active agents of the cosmological struggle between good and demons. At its core, the religion entails a set of practices reorganizing natural material, including human bodies, in the support of the beneficent deity, Ormus. Not only priests, but all men and women had what Zoroastrian scholars call Veshkari, their own personal task or special, which is to reorganize the world in line with Zoroastrian fields. I mention all this to be familiar to you because this provides the basis for a comprehensive system of law regulating human action across the board, not simply religious activity. The interest of Zoroastrian religious specialists in regulating human action would give rise to an incipient body of Zoroastrian jurisprudence already in the Parthian period. This text is the Vitae of God, mostly concerned with purity and purification, that is plausibly dated to late Parthian era or the rise of Sasanian. But it's only in the early Sasanian period that the Zoroastrian priest scholars began to produce a comprehensive body of jurisprudence, regulating not simply matters of purity, but also domains we would characterize as family, criminal, and property law. A unique collection of Sasanian Zoroastrian jurisprudence that has all of this gone, 1,000 judgments, represents a culmination of this process. It unveils a jurisprudential architecture designed to ensure the consolidation and continuity of the aristocratic network through which the Iranian world its territories. It's the key to understanding how Zoroastrianism enabled the emergence of an empire. Whereas as I've already emphasized, the empire was nothing other than a network of aristocratic bodies ruling over populations that effectively subordinated. Zoroastrian law created this ethno class of the Iranians by providing guarantees of stability to fundamentally fragile aristocratic families. It did so in two ways. Firstly, through juridical institutions that guaranteed the biological reproduction of actually living houses, and secondly, through juridical institutions that guaranteed the expansion of aristocratic property, proprietary portfolios. The basic challenge of the early Sasanians was to persuade pre-existing Parthian aristocratic houses to serve them loyally, to provide the court with military manpower. In other words, to show up on horseback once a year to undertake a campaign against the Romans or against the Huns. And as I've already mentioned, the court pitched this novel idea of empire as the Iran, in which all aristocrats could participate in adopting novel collective identity as the founders. But for this proposal to have been persuasive to the late Parthian aristocracy, the court had to provide a material incentive to participation. Why should they imagine themselves in a new language, a new discourse as Iranians, unless there was some material incentive to do so? Apart from the salaries and the gifts, the court would provide, I argue, Zoroastrian institutions exercise a powerful appeal on aristocrats who were keenly aware of the vulnerability of the foundations of their power. At the same time, to ensure the reliability of its aristocratic network, the court had to work for its stability and, in word, reproducibility. To depend on aristocratic houses and political institution over the course of multiple generations, not just over a single generation, basic problem of empire, keeping the political order consistently reproduced generation after generation. Elite aristocratic houses were all too prone to crumble and fall. The Iranian aristocracy presented itself in its images as preternaturally robust, stable, even an eternal force in the service of the gods. Think about the strong men of Avalon in the Shah, right? Men as tall as cedars, strong enough to uproot a tree, and grow a tree, right? This sort of representation of male vigor, strength, height is crucially important in the Shah, as indicated of male strength. But in practice, and what these images were actually concealing or hiding, was the fact that these aristocratic men were prone to the same vagaries of death, decline, and dissolution that beset all pre-industrial human populations. As a warrior class, it was the profession of aristocratic males to die bravely in battle. And tales of premature death suffuse ancient Quranic literature. Think too, back to the Shah, where one of the major themes is early premature death, especially death of one's own son. Entire families, moreover, could be wiped out in a single murderous political act. whether by one aristocrat house against another, or whether by the court of the kings against an aristocratic family. And these stories, too, recur frequently in pre-Islamic Iranian literature. The combination of a highly violent political culture and the demographic realities common to all ancient societies made these aristocrats far weaker than they wanted to see. They needed the support that Zoroastrian jurisprudence offered them from its inception in the 3rd century. The overriding concern of the jurists was with biological reproduction. 60% of the juridical decisions in the Hazar-Dabastan, 1,000 judgments, are concerned with marriage and succession. The focus of the jurists on reproduction suggests not only that they were aware of the demographic adversities that ancient elites, but also that they sought to overcome them. Comparative evidence from other ancient societies and from the contemporary developing world provides a sense of just how difficult it was for aristocrats to reproduce themselves. Men were unlikely, extremely unlikely, to have more than one son. And only 2 out of 3 aristocratic families would produce a male heir at the end of their lifetimes. Under such circumstances, a patrilineal chain of succession could endure no longer than 3 generations. And yet ensuring the transmission of a patrilineage, not only across generations, but unto eternity, was a Zoroastrian imperative. The man who died without a male heir could, of course, not cross Chilad Bridge into paradise. So apart from the need of aristocrats for sons, we have a religious imperative to have a male heir. This is the starting point for a lot of Zoroastrian jurisprudential work. The bulk of it is resolving this challenge of reproduction and adverse demographic regime. On the one hand, Zoroastrian doctrine is highly conducive to high rates of fertility. Reproduction was, of course, a good unto itself in Zoroastrian law, and women and men alike were enjoined to engage in childbearing from a young age and throughout their lives. It was, for instance, compulsory for women to remarry on the death of their husbands, same law. On the other hand, the Zoroastrian scholars espoused the doctrine of Ve'odah, the ideal of endogamy in all its forms. While by no means forbidden, polygamy with women outside of the kin group, the normal way in which pre-modern aristocrats like the Mongols reproduced themselves, was discouraged and downplayed in comparison with earlier periods of Iranian history. The Parthians, for instance, are always boasting of the number of wives they have, with the saying of a clear break. In the privileging of one wife, a shy is apparent. You never see Sasanian elites bragging about the number of wives they have. That's almost all of their contemporaries, whether it's in the Roman world, or China, elsewhere, the steppe, really particular to this society. Zoroastrian law sought to resolve the tensions between the ideals of fertility and endogamy through a complex system of marriage and succession that included novel institutions like temporary marriage and so-called substitute successorship, shuri. Substitute successorship, shuri, entailed the undertaking of a temporary marriage on behalf of another man in order to produce an heir on his behalf. In most circumstances, the shur, or substitute successor, was a woman from within the house of a man. Wives, daughters, and sisters were legally required to act as substitute successors, as so-called ayokain, for a term of marriage. Irrespective of the biological father, the sons born of a substitute successorship were regarded as the sons of a man on whose behalf the institution was established. And supernatural force at work here leading to transmit the patrilineal seed of the father, even if he is deceased, and even if the biological father is in fact another man. The son born from this union is not adopted. He is regarded in every way as an actual son of the legally, juridically real father, not the biological father. If a man made no such arrangements for himself, he did not himself institute a shuri, Zoroastrian jurists intervened to establish a substitute successorship on his behalf, at least if he was a landowner. In other words, the legal system guaranteed and provided a kind of insurance policy for male reproduction. Every aristocratic male was guaranteed a male heir, regardless of political circumstances. And thinking about political circumstances here, again, we should go back and say, these are aristocratic men whose jobs it is to die. They are being dispatched to the frontier to fight against the Huns, for instance, in this century. Right? And they're fighting for years at a time, far from their families. What happens if they die in battle against the Huns? Well, the jurists guarantee them a male heir, so that even if they do die far from their families, they're actually in line with the The Zoroastrian jurists literally overcame the forces of death associated with the evil deity Akron to make aristocratic houses reliable, reproducible support. Second only in importance to reproduction for the jurists was the transmission of aristocratic property. Iranian houses organized their properties in patrimonial conglomerations that were closely linked with the ancestors of the leaders who occupied the same families. The close link between land and lineage extended to the regional level, with the largest families owning entire districts. For instance, Ray in the area around Tehran associated with one house, the House of Mihran, or the region of Sistan, also associated with another house, the Suri. And yet, despite owning these massive territorial agglomerations, these lands were prone to dissipation. A king of kings could, for instance, expropriate a family, seize its land for a political offense. But even without the king intervening, one thing we know from pre-industrial and even modern societies is the tendency of landowner families to squabble over their wealth, and for brothers to turn against brothers. The major theme in the Druidical literature is aristocrats turning against their own kin to seize land. Zoroastrian jurists consistently worked to protect the proprietary interests of the aristocracy against such offenses, to try to maintain the integrity of the territory land holdings over generations. One particularly key instrument for doing so was the fire temple, the Adur of Shah's inscription at the top of Zoroastrian. Already in the 3rd century inscription, we find fire temples established for the soul and renown, says, for members of the royal house. To fund the rituals performed in fire temples, they were endowed with lands, not only lands but also flocks, sheep, goats, right? Equally important as almost the capital in the ancient world. In the 1,000 Judgments of the Druidical text, the benefits of such fire temple foundations were extended not just to the royal house, but to all aristocratic families, and become such a common feature of aristocratic proprietary portfolios that they're almost taken for granted. It's assumed that every aristocratic house has land endowed in a fire temple. Now, these are pious endowments primarily designed to fund rituals, and yet the family that makes the endowment retains a hold on the land. The association between the family and the land never disappears. What is more, aristocratic owners who grant lands to fire temples are allowed to maintain a percentage of the profit off the land every year. So the produce of the land will continue, at least part of the produce of the land will continue to pass to the aristocratic family. The institution thus presents a significant advantage. That they're endowed eternally, they cannot be expropriated. The endowments made for the fire temple land can never be taken back. And yet, the house is always allowed to get a percentage of the wealth derived from it. They would then become part of the aristocratic patrimony for as long as the empire existed, as long as there was a Druidical architecture in place to guarantee this transmission. The aristocratic family would always have these lands in place, regardless of what happened to them politically, right? Regardless of whether or not their sons squabbled. That core territory would always remain in the hands of the same aristocratic house. Zoroastrian law of endowments, which foreshadows the Islamic law of Akron, made aristocratic patrimonies as internal Zoroastrian institutions created an ethno-class for Iranians by guaranteeing the intergenerational transmission of patrimony. In so doing, they enabled the aristocracy to concentrate and gradually expand its wealth throughout the history of the empire that is across 4 centuries. To return to the twinship of empire and religion, which I began, we can interpret the interdependency as a matter of institutions, not simply as ideology. The name of the empire, Iran Shah, could be translated as empire by and for the Iranians. That is, Iran was Iran, large landowning aristocrats. It's a political system designed to empower and enrich this aristocracy of so-called men who dominated, as we see here, armed and on horseback, the great mass of humanity beneath them. Religion and empire are interdependent in the concrete material sense, as religious institutions safeguard aristocratic sources of military and economic power. In creating a more hierarchical, stratified society, the Zoroastrian priest scholars advanced a cosmological struggle in which they believed certain ontologically superior men with human lineage, with distinguished lineages, Iran, go back to the warriors and kings of the West, could act more efficaciously in organizing humanity in the service of morals. This is the basic theoretical idea of society. But the political grid depended not only on Zoroastrians, but also on the great bulk of the laboring population, many of whom were not Zoroastrian, that is, on religious others. This is another problem of impact of religion empires. As highlighted in these previous lectures, empires are inherently diverse, culturally and religiously. It's not enough for a set of religious institutions to empower an elite that dominates over religions. Essential is some ideological framework for dealing with difference, dealing with the problem of religious difference, of the great variety of cultures, included within such geographically extensive terrain. So I now shift away from this top strata of society toward the more middling inhabitants of the provinces, namely East Syrian Christians. And I focus on Christians here because they're the best documented population in the empire. Actually, even better documented than Zoroastrian groups. I don't have quite the time to go into why that's the case. But let's just say Christians wrote a lot, and they translated their texts very successfully. So it's sort of accidental that there's so much information from Christians. I see the very snazzy track. The contribution of Zoroastrian religion to the project of empire depended as much on its ability hierarchically to integrate non-Zoroastrian populations as on its ability laterally to integrate Zoroastrian aristocrats. For Christian and Jewish communities faced remarkably few obstacles to their institutional development within a Zoroastrian empire. As Christianity is highlighted in the case of Jews, the exilarch, the political leader of the Jewish community, reliably enjoyed the patronage of the court, and the Babylonian Talmud itself is a testament to the prosperity and success of the rabbis within Zoroastrian locals. From the year 410 onward, Christian bishops also enjoyed a similarly prominent position in court, and their communities would flourish across the empire. By 500, we have bishops in almost every major city. That's what this rather underwhelming antiquated map shows you here. Each one of those dots is a Christian bishopric by around 500. Recent archaeology has disclosed the comparative wealth of these communities. They adorned their churches with the same luxurious stucco that we see in royal palaces, for instance. And we can document monasteries and churches again in almost every city, sometimes on a remarkably large scale, constructed between around 500 and 700. The evidence then poses a question. How did the Christian religion expand in an empire that, I have emphasized, was fundamentally Zoroastrian in its political structure? Zoroastrians inherited from the Avesta two categories of religion that seem pretty straightforward: good and bad. Bethany, good religion, Agni, bad religion. But these terms have been very straightforwardly translated, and that's led to a lot of confusion. Because not all adherents of bad religion were irredeemably deficient, somehow evil. In no way is that the case when you look into the interpretations of the Zoroastrian priest scholars. They actually come up with very differentiated views of religious others. And all of them agree that even though practitioners of the worst archetype, like polytheism, are not without some ethical merit. So one scholar, Zoroastrianism, says in every human group there are righteous people. Something, by the way, we could not really imagine a Christian saying the same contemporary moment of this century. Some practitioners of bad religion engaged in activities that Zoroastrians could not countenance. So-called demon worship is a major theme in the exegetical texts. But demon worship was not something happening very often related to a context. It seems largely to be a kind of, the scholars know this to be a fiction. They talk a lot about the dangers of demon worship because there are no people that are actually demon worshippers within their society. They're not actually targeting actual sociologically identifiable group. There is some evidence for hostility for polytheism, the worship of statues and idols, whose deaths. The legal texts describe the destruction of temples to a idol, whose deaths and one remarkable fact is that Mesopotamian polytheism and Buddhism both disappeared from Sasanian territory in later antiquity, largely because Buddhism is connected with this idol worship, of course incorrectly. It's a misunderstanding, right? They don't know enough about Buddhism to understand the nuances of its doctrines, and they associate large statues like Brahma and Buddha with whose deaths by a sneak. And even in the new version of Guru Paras becomes a kind of the usual term to describe all pagans, all idolaters. Fusion there. But remarkably, Buddhism is thriving just outside of the empire in Afghanistan. This is the apex of the development of Buddhist institution in Afghanistan. It's in the Sasanian period. But even though it's only 100 kilometers or 200 kilometers or so from the area of Sasanian control, we do not see similar institutions in Iran. So there does seem to have been at least a discouraging of idol worship within these boundaries. Nevertheless, Zoroastrian elites seem to have supported Christian and Jewish leaders described. And this claim that I'm making about positive treatment of Christians and Jews within the empire diverges sharply from what we're usually told. To give you a couple of recent examples, very colorful examples. This is the kind of representation that we normally get in terms of histories of Christianity in the Iranian Empire. The idea that Zoroastrian Mobed and Zoroastrian priests were these sort of bloodthirsty persecutors who killed as many Christians as they possibly could, who eliminated them from the empire. That sounds exaggerated, but actually that's sort of the normal scholarly description of the experience. Most histories of Christianity in Iran focus on moments that they call persecution. And one fairly recently published book, we actually get an image like this, right? Terrifying image of what it's like to be a Christian in Iran. Obviously, I'm showing these images because I completely and utterly disagree with the postures and misrepresentations of the evidence. They're misrepresentations of the evidence, but nevertheless, the evidence does tell us that some Christians were killed under specific circumstances. We have about 60 accounts of individual Christians who were killed in the Sasanian period. And what I want to do now is to turn to the political circumstances in which Christians were. Because I believe that a focus on those circumstances shows the dynamics of what we often call tolerance, even though I'll also suggest why tolerance and intolerance might not be the best words. To begin with, the so-called Great Persecution. It was neither great nor persecution. The violence had a specific trigger. This is I'm trying to abbreviate here, so there's a couple of key facts. This is the Great Persecution was supposed to have taken place between 344 and 379 during the reign of Shah VII. And that's what's being depicted here. But Christians are not killed, as these crosses would suggest, because they are Christians. They are killed because a Christian bishop refused to participate in taxation system. Zoroastrian Mobed and other religious officials of the empire, such as the Jewish exarch, were expected to participate in the collection of taxes within urban communities. The sources are unanimous that it's only bishops who refused to collect taxes that were killed in the 360s. The violence was not indiscriminate, targeting all Christians. It was quite precise and focused on bishops who refused to cooperate with the board of collection of taxes. It's economic violence, political violence. It's not religious, and it's certainly not inspired by Zoroastrian doctrine. Only 3 decades after the end of this so-called Great Restitution, the Iranian court proceeded officially to recognize the East Syrian hierarchy and began to give its support to the institutionalization of the Church of the East. Bishops became officials of the Zoroastrian kings, acting as envoys to the Romans, for instance, and they also seemed to have changed their minds on taxation. We have a letter in the 7th century where a bishop openly brags his role in the taxation system. It was highly profitable in antiquity to be involved in the collection of taxes, so bishops wanted to participate in this system. In other words, Christian bishops became powerful by serving Zoroastrian. The rise of bishops and Christian institutions to prominence, however, didn't create new problems that the Iranian court was not seeing. With their belief in a universal exclusive universal truth for all humans, many Christians were not content merely to earn a recognized place in Iranian society. They wanted to triumph. They wanted to have victory over all non-Christians. They wanted to establish Christianity as the dominant religion in the empire, as they had achieved in the Roman Empire. And here, this is where we get to sort of tolerance and intolerance, because tolerance, as a word, has become a kind of virtue, right? If you think about it, you tolerate something that you'd like to get rid of in an ideal world, right? Ideally, you'd be in a world without that, but because the world without that, you have to tolerate this thing or this person. So actually, getting intolerance is kind of violent right now. We see this in the history of Christianity, right? Let's not forget the term tolerance is a term that Christians had to invent. Because Christianity contains within it a vision of the world order, a vision of human order, in which there is no difference. Everyone is to be Christian. There should not be Jews. There should not be any religious groups. And Christians in the Roman Empire were quite successful at getting rid of paganism. There are basically no pagans in Europe, right? And yet there are polytheists still today in the Middle East, in much of the world. Why are there none in Europe? Well, we know why historically. Because those who refused to convert to Christianity were punished violently and often killed for not doing so, as we know from the history of every single European country with the religions. So tolerance is something that Christians had to invent. Christians didn't even hate tolerance. Zoroastrians, and this is also true for other religions, Islam, never imagined a world without difference. They never imagined a world where everyone would have the same religion, except at the cosmic restoration of Christianity. At the cosmic restoration, then humans will have a kind of harmonious and universal culture that we realize, but not in the moment. So they didn't need a concept of tolerance. Christians introduced intolerance into the Iraq, and they did so quite concretely by trying to destroy fireflies. And they did this within 2 decades of the installation of Christian institutions of court in 410. We have stories of monks who then enter into fire temples quite dramatically while the yasna is being performed, put out the flame, break ritual instruments, or otherwise try to destroy a fire temple. There are only 2 such cases, however, and they happened within a couple of decades following 410. The Iranian court, as you would expect, had these perpetrators of religious violence executed or destroying institutions of another religion for criminal offense. Unlike the Christians of the Roman Empire, Christians in Iran would not be allowed to destroy the institutions of another religion. Remarkably, Christian texts from Iran after about 430 never again celebrated monks who destroyed fire temples. Those are one-off events. The Christians seem quite quickly to have accepted for themselves a limit on their behavior, and that they could not attack Zoroastrian institutions openly. They would continue to write highly hostile texts about Zoroastrians to critique their rituals, to attack their beliefs. But they did so with pride. These are rituals, these are texts that are recited within Christian churches. They're not recited outside against their Zoroastrian neighbors. So Christians basically accept that they are not allowed to act intolerant with the empire. They did, nevertheless, continue to pose one threat: proselytism. As we know, Christianity is the great proselytizing religion in which believers are encouraged to convert outsiders at all costs. Right? So one of the things that we do see in Iran in the 5th and 6th centuries is the activity of some monks who would try to convert Zoroastrians, particularly elite Zoroastrians, to the Christian religion. And they did have some success. Much exaggerated. It's very common to read that Zoroastrians were frequently converting to Christianity in late antiquity. This is not true. We only know of a few dozen cases. A few dozen cases in an empire whose population consisted of the tens of millions, right? This is a statistically insignificant number of people, and to turn that into a cultural phenomenon is methodologically problematic from a historian's perspective. We're accepting the Christians' view of things. Christians claim to be converting all Zoroastrians, but when we look at the Zoroastrian texts, we have a text called the Avestan, another derivative text. We actually have a description of Christians converting to Zoroastrianism as well. So there was probably some conversions that was largely a marginal phenomenon. But what is important is that the handful of aristocrats who did convert them, were executed by the court. It was a capital offense within traditional Zoroastrian law to convert to another religion. That said, these Christian texts are unanimous in describing the violence coming not from the Zoroastrian priestly scholars or from the jurists. The violence came from the families who thought that the conversion brought shame on the house. And they invited the royal court to punish converts. And sometimes in quite theatrical ways. We have one individual priest who was crucified in the central market of the capital. These are extremely rare, vanishingly rare executions. And they do not define moral relations between religions in terms of religions. These acts of violence, even the execution of the convert, what these acts do is to make possible peaceful coexistence and cooperation between Christians and Zoroastrians. Because what one needs in a society with multiple religions is clear boundaries, boundaries that cannot be crossed. Particularly with the case of Christians who, as I said, were practitioners of intolerance that had to be kept in check if Christians were able to thrive within the empire. And they accepted those terms for themselves. As I said, they abandoned the idea of destroying the fire terms. They also largely abandoned the idea of proselytism. It's a really remarkable fact. Christian texts from Iran late antiquity, with only a handful of exceptions, generally avoid celebrating proselytism. They always describe proselytism as a problem, something to be discouraged. One should not seek out believers among Zoroastrians. So the court does put limits on what Christians can do with the empire. And yet, those limits, paradoxically, make possible the kind of peaceful coexistence and cooperation between Christians and Zoroastrians and Jews that is entirely characteristic of the evidence from the Sasanian period in Iran. It was, to turn to the conclusion, because of the Zoroastrianism that was central to the organization of the empire, that Christians could build thriving, stable communities in a non-Christian empire that we find in contemporary. It's been my goal to show how the Zoroastrian religion contributed to the emergence and endurance of the largest, most politically stable political entity in the ancient Near East. The good religion fostered the lives of the Zoroastrian ruling class that shared their identity as Iranians, as well as set political economic institutions that rely on the development of wealth. Paradoxically, Zoroastrian ideology and institutions actually enabled this ruling class to cooperate with non-Zoroastrians, with Christians and Jews. Even the non-Zoroastrians most hostile to interreligious collaboration was the ability to create material networks, not only through religion, but also across religions, that made Zoroastrianism so effective and ancillary. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If you could remain on the stage, if we could have our president, Faizan, also the rest of the panelists for the closed session, that would be appreciated. Could the panelists please come on the stage?
Background with me. Slideshow.
You all agree that this was a fantastic presentation, and I think I would like to honor them on behalf of Susanna for offering our opinion to each one of them. So, our administrator is our administrator, Zenobia Lamagna, is going to go on and present the prints.
Zenobia, please. Close together. Okay. Okay. You're hiding. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Payne, and thank you all our students. We are extremely proud of our students, and we continue to give us I'd like to introduce two ladies that are with us at this gathering. I saw one just walk out of the room. Roshan is going to try, but is Paulina here? Paulina? Where is Paulina? Bobby, you want to introduce Paulina? Where is she? I want to introduce Paulina and the work that they are doing and books. She back? Yeah, Paulina. Yeah. Bobby, can you introduce Paulina, what she does? There are special guests that come. Paulina has come from Poland, and Woods has come from Azerbaijan. She lives in Azerbaijan. Okay, so we want to Okay, so she can say a few words about herself. Can you tell us what you do?
Let me introduce Verna. Verna PhD is a sociologist and anthropologist from Poland, from Center of Comparative Studies of Civilization in Jagiellonian University. She is visiting Chicago, and she has specialized within Iranian studies, and some years ago, she conducted a research concerning the Zoroastrian community in Iran. She just published a couple of articles in a book. Unfortunately, they are still in Polish language, and we are going to get it translated in English, and it will be worldwide. During the summer, she is in Utica, St. New York, as a visiting scholar at an open college. And here she is to talk more about herself. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me here, especially thanks for the President of Zana for inviting me. So I'm from Poland, Poland, New York. And I fell in love with Iranian culture when I realized that it's so much older than my own culture. But I felt it was more interesting for me when I realized that Zoroastrians are still alive. So my PhD was about the Zoroastrian community in Tehran. I was interested how they struggle with the Muslim country, being a citizen of Muslim-dominated country, and how they use their heritage, their history, how they interpret it nowadays, how they use their cultural elements as the language that they language, for example. So I spent half a year for completing this research in Iran, and later on I was dealing with other things. I went to Tajikistan, I have a project there. But nowadays I'm really thinking of going back to the Zoroastrian topic. So I'm really glad to be here because, as we were told in the mornings, about making connections between scholars, students, community. So for me it's a great opportunity to be here and to be in touch with you. So I really hope I will have a chance to go back here and to deal more with Zoroastrians in America. See how it's traveled with learning and how the religions is being adjusted to modern times. Thank you very much.
I see Paroba here. Paroba, thank you for coming. Very welcome. Thank you. You're doing better and better. Thank you. Okay, we have Galina Wood, and she wrote to us. And I just read the little paragraph that she sent us. She wanted to speak, but we really didn't have the time. So, my name is Galina Wood. I have a PhD from Near Eastern History in Charles University in Prague, in History and Cultures of Asia, and last 2 years I've been focusing on Zoroastrianism. I was delighted to get your invitation to the conference taking part next weekend in Chicago. We live in Azerbaijan for 8 consecutive years, and my doctoral groundwork research is on a bilingual mountainous community of coppersmiths. If there is an opportunity, I'd like to present Mother and Land of Fires, which is Azerbaijan, Land of Fires. As I learned of this auspicious occasion only yesterday, I wondered if it would still be possible to share. I'm presently in Baku, looking into 5 studios. May or menu or shape the radio today in study. Thank you for coming.
Good morning. I'm very privileged to be here. And for those of you that are living representatives of Zoroastrian, I want to learn from each one of you because it's only lately in my which is also very late because I have 4 children and I had to raise 4 children first. And we're growing up with joy, hope, grace, and faith, which shows in the Christian heritage. And I perceive Christianity as a thread branch that is now looking at the root, which is Zoroastrianism and Judaism. But, okay, I flew in from Azerbaijan through Frankfurt, and I'm just so grateful I could be here. Next time, if there is going to be a chance, I would love to present my research on the Iranian community in Azerbaijan. As you know, there are fires that come out of the land, so we don't need the wood to be keeping them going. But there are very few people there who would consider themselves to be practicing Zoroastrianism. That doesn't mean there is no Zoroastrian heritage, because it's really a Zoroastrian heritage. And I wasn't expecting this when I started to research the Iranian bilingual community in the mountain sanctuary of Caucasus, because they would say we're Shia Muslim. But their life, their thought, and their celebrations, even their wedding customs, were clearly showing Zoroastrian heritage. So that would be something I would love to share with you if there's a chance. And from learning from the students who are just so brave to present on history, which is so complex, I was so encouraged because I would consider myself a psychologist, but they put me under history. And now one of the presenters said that history is not just a bunch of dry facts. And Mary Boyce discovered that when she went to Iran. And I'm discovering this as I look, especially at the moral values of the people of Lakhich in Azerbaijan. They're coppersmiths. And so if you're thinking about Zoroastrian history, you would be going to medieval ages and seeing a community of craftsmen who are living in architectural memorial. Every stone was taken from a river called Iman, which is Garod Mana, which might sound familiar to you who know Western, because they consider their place to be the paradise, the heaven, which is a form of this word. They are not aware of this. But it's been considered an architectural memorial because of its architecture. And then, of course, you have the beautiful green mountains, but the most precious commodity is the people and what they believe and how they live with one another. And I could give you one example after another, and at the Everlasting Flame I get a chance to share about Nowruz celebration, the symbolism of Nowruz in Lakhich, which is about the battle of the darkness and light. It was called the Victory of Light, which is very meaningful there because 21st of March is when the winter ends and the spring starts, but the people would be shoveling the snow, being the co-workers of God, getting ready for the spring to celebrate on the main square. And there's just one example after another of how the Zoroastrian thought is alive there in the land of fires. And just one quick thing with the first paper that was presented on the beginning of the religion, the birthplace of Zoroaster. It's just a different, another different perspective to understand the vision a little bit. Look a little bit more northeast. Mary Boyce was talking about northeast of Kazakhstan, present-day Kazakhstan, and for just a mystery was agreeing with this. And why is this possible? Because Avesta talks about 10 months of winter, and when we think about the climate in Central Asia and Bactria, it's far warmer than that. So if we go to Siberia, we come a little bit closer to the right climate. Also, the society where the Ashur grew up was pastoral, and the cities in Bactria are very developed. And so the archaeological proof of some connection is the oldest Iranian carpet in St. Petersburg, Hermitage, which is from Altai. And we have lived in Altai for about 10 years before we moved to Azerbaijan. And at that time, I didn't have no idea about Zoroastrianism, but I was immersed in it because the people there are nomadic, semi-nomadic, but the way they live is pastoral society. And on the last conference in March in Delhi on the Everlasting Flame, there was a Russian linguist focusing on Sogdian language who was presenting Sogdian words in Central Asia. And in the end of his presentation, he mentioned that, what do you think about the Altai people, Tuvan people, they're South Siberian people, who call Ahura Mazda Uchkurbusan, which is just a phonetic equivalent of Uchkurbusan. And it just opened a whole new perspective. But thinking now that I'm an historian, my doctorate in history, my postdoctoral is wanting to focus on living faith, but how does it link with the past? That you actually have an opportunity to come to Azerbaijan and see medieval Zoroastrian thoughts and life, and then go to Altai and see the pastoral society around the fire with the wedding custom of walking 3 times around the fire, which is no longer present now even in India, because they gave it to be considerate of the Hindus who didn't want to pour the fat into the fire. But it's still living in Altai in its natural form. And in Azerbaijan, because they were accused of being Ambush-Perez, they walked around the land for 3 times. But the main thing is the symbol of light, which has existed. And so I would like to learn from you, to fellowship with you. I do have slides. I've been blessed to visit India and Iran this last year and to meet Zoroastrians for the first time. And I would love to learn from you all. Thank you very much.
So we're going to go ahead and close section 1 as well. Lunch will be served, and there will be 2 other items as well, the reading of a poem accompanying our freedom of energy, and also another presentation by Pearson Shaw as well during lunch. So that if you can, please go ahead and grab lunch and come back to your seats as well.
Okay, if everybody is seated, we'll start our luncheon program. There are two items. One is reading of a poem by Zika Babuji. And she's a poet. She sent us a poem to read. It's a very short poem. And you asked Dina yesterday to read the poem to us.
Armenian Empire by Farida Bamji. Kumatanam, Kustanam, Kuwarastanam. Yadata, Anyadata, Varedya Mananta, Vavedanam Ananta. Good thoughts, good words, good deeds, pure and well-said, are performed and have been performed. I dedicate this part of the afternoon prayers to our great Armenian kings, Cyrus, Xerxes, and Darius. These kings knew that their vast empire was bestowed upon them through the grace of Amra Mata. They kept in mind the threefold path of Kumata, Kukata, and Varashta. They ruled their empire with an iron fist in a velvet glove. They let their subjects live in peace instead of a push and a shove. They showed compassion as well as humility, because when they meet their creator of Ramasa, they didn't want to be charged with guilty. They were just and noble rulers, though their fame spread far and wide. Yet, they were down-to-earth souls, without ego and pride. I am extremely proud to be a part of this glorious history. I think the following line actually applies. Master Swami, Master Sundar. Thank you.
Thank you. So our next presenter is Mr. Casey Shaw. He comes from Washington, our association in Washington. It's a long-standing association, and he's a long-standing member, perhaps one of the founders there. Very involved with our community. He's an attorney by profession. And anything, any legal matters that we want to flush through, we go to Casey always. He's always been there for us. Casey is interested in all things Zoroastrian, and he's traveled quite a bit in Central Asia. And he has lots of things to share with others. So he's put together a very nice presentation which he would like to share with us. And perhaps lead another tour for us to Central Asia. There are people, I think Jenny Rose has taken a tour, and several others. It's a very interesting tour, Baku and other places there. Azerbaijan, and so on. So, Casey, you will present your presentation.
This one.
Which is the power?
Yeah, yeah.
And there's something, how do I light up that?
The
Yeah. Okay. And which one is it?
ancient Solopiana.
Ancient Sofiana?
Solopiana.
I need to, sure. I think I need to go. Let's go up. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, you can pick up, then move. Okay.
You have the pointer. Use it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rosen, and thank you to the Society for accepting my paper at the very last minute. So I was very happy that you called me, but I had my kind of reluctance about asking you because, as you explained, the Society of Scholars, can you hear me? The Society of Scholars was sort of intimidating because I'm not a scholar. So I'm glad that you explained the rationale behind it earlier. But then when you mentioned the categories of persons who are within that society, I couldn't see myself in it. So I'm going to propose that you include adventure in there as well. Because after I retired, I said I'm going to do something completely different from my profession. And as a result, I've been traveling to Central Asia to look at ancient Zoroastrian sites. So it's part of the adventure of after retirement. Thank you. I'm going to speak on ancient Sofiana, which I call Zoroastrian stronghold, and I've used that and I adapted that from the late great Dr. Mary Boyce's lecture in 1975, which is called the Persian stronghold of Zoroastrianism, and I've adopted that as a tribute to her great work that she has left behind on Zoroastrianism. Secondly, since you're all having lunch, I'd like to mention that what I'm going to say may not comport exactly with what most of us feel that Zoroastrianism is. So, but please bear with me. And my intention is not to indigestion while you read. From about the 7th century BCE, Iranian language-speaking people inhabited a large area of Central Asia, including a major swath of what is now called the Silk Road. Among them were Sogdians, Bactrians, Khwarezmians, Sakas, Parthians, and Persians. Many of them were traders who transported goods from China and India to the Eastern Mediterranean. They were also responsible for the spread of such religions as Buddhism, Manichaeism, Nestorian Christianity, and Zoroastrianism throughout the region. Today, I will present some evidence of the practice of Zoroastrianism in these former, what are called Eastern Iranian lands in Central Asia. Sophia is where you see Bukhara, Samarkand, and so forth. I will concentrate on the ancient regions of Sofiana and Bactria, now located in the modern states of Tajikistan and Uzbekistan, and with the southern flank in northern Afghanistan. This is a modern map where Sofiana is to the north and Takia is to the south. I visited Tajikistan in 2013 and 14 and Uzbekistan in 2014, mainly to tour archaeological sites. In Tajikistan, I also had the opportunity to volunteer with a team of Russian archaeologists who work on these sites. These sites continue to reveal findings of a rich religious and cultural tradition that ranks Zoroastrianism as one of the faiths practiced in the region. In a way, though, my journey began much earlier, when at one time I had the pleasure of hosting a Parsi archaeologist who would come to Washington to do some work at the Smithsonian Institution. She and her husband, when they departed, they got me interested in archaeology, and when they departed, they left me with a nice journal of archaeology, which the entire title was devoted to Zoroastrianism in China. In it are articles by leading Chinese researchers on topics such as Zoroastrianism in China and Zoroastrian art historians in China. In there it's noted that after the Arab conquest, a large number of Zoroastrians moved eastward to China, where they were warmly received under the Tang dynasty. Following two spectacular archaeological findings in 1999 and 2000, religious iconography, which formerly was thought to be vaguely Buddhist, was declared to be Zoroastrian. One writer, after tracing the name of Atar or Adar as it was used in the Tang dynasty of fire, writes that there is solid and direct evidence that Zoroastrian faith had a native following in medieval northwestern China. It is also noted that there are Zoroastrian temples were established in the Tang capital city, and the Tang capital city is one of them being shown here. Let me move on to this mysterious figure. It's a clay statue which is in the Fondazione Torino Museum in Italy. The curator there has tentatively called it a Persian riding a horse or a camel. The curator says that at the height of the Tang period, the population of the imperial capital was about 1 million, and at least a fourth were probably foreigners, many of whom were sovereigns. But the camel rider interpretation is thought not to be entirely satisfactory. The foundation which acquired the statue speculates that the mysterious man is probably a Zoroastrian priest feeding the sacred fire. It points out the fact that Zoroastrian Sophians had a visible presence in Tang China, and that Zoroastrian priests wear a face cover during rituals to avoid
atrocity committed by the Arab conquerors. After the Battle of Tanis, the Arab commander of the Valley ordered all the prisoners of war be decapitated so that the crew of that flows. When the city of Istar in the south could have stiff resistance against Arab invaders, 40,000 residents were slaughtered overnight. One of the battles by the Arabs had been named Zoroastrianism or Conference, because an estimated 100,000 bodies of enslaved Iranian soldiers covered the desert. It is reported that 130,000 Iranian women and children were enslaved and sold in the Mecca and Medina markets, and a large amount of gold and silver found. One respected Iranian scholar recently wrote, "Why so many had to get or suffer?" He answers, because one side was determined to impose its religion upon the other who could not understand. The Arabs colonized, exploited, and despised the population. In this context, they called the Persians Ajam, or Jews. They even named Iranian converts Nawawi or liberated slaves. According to the Arab classification, this caste could not receive wages or duties of the war. They allowed to ride horses, and sometimes they were given away as gifts. One of the Umayyad Caliph was quoted, "Never the Persians and Muslims militarized such a blood." With so much atrocities committed in the name of religion, how much truly the Arab invaders knew about Islam? By the order of Oman, 1,000 warriors who knew one ayah or sentence of the Quran were truly selected to receive the duties of the war. But the problem was that among the Arab army there were not even 1,000 soldiers who could read one sentence, one ayah. The first Warsaw protest against the Arab oppression came from Piruz, who assassinated Umar. He was a Persian artisan and prisoner of war, who had been enslaved by an Arab. While observing the Iranian children taken to be sold as slaves, he was overcome by grief and wept for the soiled life of his nation. Thereafter, other uprisings against the Arab occupation were also suppressed. They are recognized as Abu Muslim or black clads of Khorasan, the white clad which was Al-Mu'amna, red clad led by Al-Waq, the Mawziyar, and Sheen and others. Altogether, during the 2 centuries of Arab occupation, a total of 130 Iranian uprisings have been recorded. All were brutally put down, and each time the lands were confiscated and the local people were forced to white Arabs with gold, silver, and certain number of bronze slaves annually for reparation. Finally, the Arabs were driven out of Iran by a Bulgarian man from the south to south, named Yaqub Jacob Leis Safari. They forced occupiers to the Tigris River, where the stream was turned toward his body, many of them died, and he developed pneumonia. At his deathbed, he received the Caliph's emissary who presented him jewels and offered him the governorship of several provinces. Yaqub responded with anger, telling the ruler, "I have lived all my life on bread and honor. If I survive, only sword will rule between the two of us." The 2 centuries of Arab rule of Iran has been compared to a nightmare associated with the mourn of widows and orphans. The dark night of silence that was.
interrupted only by the pool of boughs and the harsh sound of thunder. By the independence of Iran, however, the suffering of Zoroastrians was not over. Many Iranians at this era had been Arabized and picked up Arabic names. The new Muslims were no less hostile toward their old religion than the Arabs. Now the Arabic was considered a scientific language, the knowledge of which placed one in higher class among the scholars. That is why many scientific books at this era were written in Arabic, and mistakenly those scholars and scientists have been assumed to be Arabs. The loss of identity and identity has caused some Iranians to become alien to their own nationality. An Iranian premier saw a heaven of God not looking in the mirror, lest it see Persian. Another ruler of Khorasan, Abdullah ibn Tahir, would not acknowledge any language but Arabic. He banned applications in Persian, and by his order, all Zoroastrians were forced to bring their religious books to be thrown in the fire. Those who refused were slain. During the Islamic period, many Iranian poets and scholars attempted to revive Persian culture and history and reintroduce the national identity to the despised nation. Zoroastrian poets Darwin, Zatush Baron, Majdur, and Persian poets as Ferdowsi, Hafiz, and Khayyam, among many thought to be Christian here. Now, the religion of Ferdowsi and Khayyam are under research, and they're coming too close to the point that they believe these two poets, in fact, are Zoroastrians. As the Arabs destroyed and burned all the non-Arabic and Pahlavi writings, Iranian scholars found a solution to save the books, and that was to translate them into Arabic. One of the great books that survived the carnage was Quran, the Pahlavi writing of the Sasanian era. It was translated into Arabic by Dawkey, and the title of the Manner of Kings. Ferdowsi versified and named it Shah. In 1991, UNESCO recognized this book as the masterpiece of ethics, and Ferdowsi was glorified by the international community. Ferdowsi, by versifying the Quran as his book of Shah, in new Pahlavi or a new Persian poetry, almost the word of Arabic was truly revived Persian language. And by renewing the relations of Iranian people and their leader and the leadership of the blacksmith and the renewed who in black thirsty the era, they introduced an identity to the Iranians. He certainly does not exaggerate when he recites, I labored hard in these years of learning and revived a chant for youth like this of sea. It's interesting that it's attributed to Hassanin Hijab, who was the famous Egyptian journalist, specifically who was astronaut. Well, Iranian and Arabs both were invaded by Iranian and Egyptians were both invaded by Arabs. How come Egypt became Arab and Iran remains Persian? His response was that we did not have Arabs. Our friends and Iranians comfort always refreshes the love of Zoroastrian faith in his poetry by calling himself the follower of the old nature. In a poem he reminds the readers, in Iran the root of Zoroastrian faith, and in the modesty of the nature, why the honors, the fire that never dies, bears no loss. Khayyam, who was a poet, scientists, astronomers, mathematicians, and true intellectuals uphold the Muslim clergy and their blind adherents. There were, however, intellectuals whose views were resented by the clergy, and because of that, they even received a dreadful death. Among them, Dr. Beck was burned alive. Zoroastrianism, the founder of School of Illumination, whose views were based on the teachings of Zoroaster, and Mansour Haddad, also of Dimashq. Blame on the past glory could reveal the hearts of the Iranians by a spark. Our Munir on his return from Hajj pilgrimage spent the night at the city of Baghdad. There, the ruins of Palace of Al-Sharon, known as Kasbah, inspired him to recite one of the masterpieces of Persian poetry, reflecting the glory of the past and the history of Islam. Despite all the intellectual efforts, the suffering of Zoroastrians continued. Any local incident could flare up a major riot and power around the Zoroastrian operation caused their massacre. The famous incident was when a group of American Muslims in the city house to the Afghanistan destroyed the border mosque and blamed the action on the Zoroastrians. By the order of Sultan Sanjar Sarjuni, many Zoroastrians of the greater Khorasan were massacred. The Parsis are known to originate from Khorasan and migrated to India during this era. Later, another group from the city of Saran joined them and founded the city of Jerusalem. Parsis later became an example of successful community who founded industrial universities and charitable institutions and established themselves as a major force in the development community. As the Prime Minister of Maharashtra once put it, they were a shining diamond in the ocean of Indian operation. In 1934, we settled the Iranian Minister of Education and Culture, himself a scholar and later Prime Minister. In response to Rabindranath Tagore, Indian philosopher and Nobel laureate, who had thanked the Iranian government for founding the chair of Iranian studies, wrote, "Dear sir, you should not thank us, and I will explain to you why. For 1,000 years, the nation has hosted our sons and daughters. Known as Parsis. They left Iran at a distressful condition, but we never thanked them for it. Please accept this chair of Iranian studies only as a small appreciation. Despite repeated mass protests, by the advent of Safavid dynasty in the 15th century, or 600 years ago, about 4 million Iranians, 40% of the population, remained Zoroastrians. The Caspian province of this time not only had preserved the religion, but was ruled by Zoroastrian dynasty known as Zoroastrianism, who remained in power until 1006 century. The Safavids, by encouragement and use of violence both, converted the majority of Iranians into Shiism. This was a political act to encourage Iranians to fight against the Ottomans who were Sunni Muslims. By the order of Shah Ismail, the founder of the dynasty, many Sunni Muslims were slaughtered. By the eternal, many Zoroastrians were included as well. During the rule of Shah Abbas the Great, a strong unified army was in war against the Ottomans. Meanwhile, he dispatched troops to Mazandaran with the task to Islamize the province, and by the use of force and violence, the mission was accomplished. By his order, many Zoroastrians were deported to Kazvin and the ghetto town near Isfahan named Yabarov, where they lived in abject poverty. Many of the deportees during the deportation lost their lives. To these people who were forcefully detached from their farms and business, no job was given. They were brought there just to do the minimum works, and that nobody else would accept. It was said that the poorest Iranians in comparison to them appeared quite rich. Due to the extent of indigence, the Zoroastrian community was the only one who could not present a gift for the coronation of King Suleiman III Shah. A Roman tourist, Pietro Delaval, who has visited the town, writes, I had heard of the outcast sector of Iranian society named Jars, who are faithless. I was determined to visit them. He writes, the streets of Yabarov are straight and clean, but the houses are on one floor, reflecting the poverty of people. As I was walking I met a husband and wife. I asked the man, do you love God? At this time, the woman jumped into the conversation and said, how one may know God, but will not love Him. I realized that these people have their own religion, but they are the victims of bigotry. The Sabbath is this darkest period of the Zoroastrians. The writings of the high Islamic clerics will instigate hatred for them. Even in public opinion, they were responsible for the natural disasters as flood and earthquake, and this kind of sentiment will make them vulnerable to persecution and massacre. A letter from a French priest to his boss at this era 17th century reflects the state of suffering and misery of the Zoroastrians of the world. He writes, Islam is not the only religion of the Iranians. There are many Iranians who have preserved their old religion, but they have none of their ancestral knowledge and science. They live in a state of slavery and absolute misery. Most difficult and harshest public works are assigned to them. They are mostly porters or working in the forest. The state of slavery has caused them to be shy, naive, and rough-mannered. They speak in a different dialect and use their own alphabet. Iranians call them Gyar, that means ideologies, and they are treated much worse than the Jews. They are accused of being fire worshippers, but they respect the fire. They believe that in order to receive salvation, one should kill the land, develop orchards, and avoid polluting the water and putting down the fire. Their holiest man is called Zaragosh, and their most important festival is Nowruz. Despite all the adversities, population of Zoroastrians of Iran at the turn of the 18th century was estimated at 1 million. But the most murderous massacre of the Zoroastrian population took place by the order of the last Safavid king, Shah Sultan. Soon after ascension to the Persian throne, he issued a decree that all Zoroastrians should convert to Islam or face the consequences. By one estimate, 100,000 Zoroastrian families lived in the central Iran. Nearly all were slaughtered or forcibly converted. In this bloodbath, the entire population of Yabarov was wiped out. In other parts, many men, women, children lost their lives. The body of Zoroastrians thrown in the central rivers around the world have been witnessed by the French missionary report. Actually, the French reported that the Zoroastrian's water was red by the blood of the unfortunate Zoroastrians who did not convert. The reports of the French priests residing in this small reflect the enormity of the genocide that took place there 100 years ago. 300 years ago in Central Europe. By the Zoroastrian estimate, 80,000 Zoroastrians lost their lives, and many fled the massacre and misery to preserve the religion. However, in 2014, preparing the second essay on this subject, I ran across the French report that they reported at least 8,500 Zoroastrians lost lives, and 5,000 of them were from city of Najafour in the southwest. City of Najafour was then entirely populated by Zoroastrians, and they produced this point. Of course, the entire population of the area was wiped out. Now, today the towns of Noyin and Amarak, which means oil and gas, they have this big Dari, these are converted to this. But the Dari is the Zoroastrian Dari. And religion, however, is Islam. And these customs and traditions of another city near Kashmir or Noyin remain Zoroastrian, and Obviously, Baz and Sarawak, there were 3 towns in Kashmir that by the quarter of Shah was converted to Islam. Today, this Obviously is a tourist attraction town. We take tourists because their custom and traditions, religious, is exactly Zoroastrian. They tell you that we are all Zoroastrians, but before Islam. The language is Darius, which Zoroastrians. Now, it is believed that the Zoroastrians of Khorassan and Morake, suburbs of Yazd, are the descendants of the survivors of the infamous Black dynasty. Again, the Zoroastrian families have coded this element to this day, but our books of history have kept a policy of total silence. The Safavids were overthrown by the Afghan rebellion and the leadership of Mahmud Buwais. Then Afghanistan was a province of Iran, and Afghan insurgency was an internal affair. During the passing through the central desert, due to harsh conditions, Mahmud lost too many men, therefore he was unable to capture the city of Iran. But before returning to Afghanistan, he massacred his Russian population of the Saberwan Yawashi in 1790. The reason why he only massacred his Russians was due to the fact that this sector of community, as a result of insane persecution, had moved to the outskirts of Iran and taken residence there. This area was not protected by high walls and towers. Consequently, they were easily accessible to the Afghans. For the next 2 years, Mahmud returned and organized his army, and this time he conquered the city of Kerman. Despite Gewashir calamity, because of the carnage done by the Safavid and the extent of Safavid and the dynasty, the Zoroastrians formed a brigade and supported the Afghans. Majority of Afghans were Sunni Muslims, and their rebellion was due to religious persecution under the Shiites. Thus, the Zoroastrians sympathized with their cause. Zoroastrian commander of the brigade was a man titled Nasrullah. This title was granted by Mahmud, however his real name is not known. He addressed his troops, reminded them of the glory of the past and revealing to their country. Nasrullah became the most popular commander in the Afghan army, and soon commanded him to conquer force in the south. He succeeded, but but in the last battle for the city of Shiraz was fatally wounded. Mahmud truly mourned the loss of his favorite general and his funeral rites. He ordered a museum was built for him near Isfahan, and Mohammed was designated to perform the rituals. 22 years later, this mausoleum has been witnessed and recorded by English tourists. The victorious Afghans were eventually defeated by a strong military leader named Afshar, who also defeated the Ottomans. He later invaded and conquered India and brought with him the famous peacock form. In the army of Nadir, estimated 12,000 Zoroastrian men served. But even the victories of Nadir and researchers of strong Iran did not change the fate of Zoroastrian population, and their agony went on. Nadir, upon return from India, had become insane, and after a failed assassination attempt that wounded his arm, became suspicious of his own son, who was blinded at his order. When Nadir became aware that his suspicion was unfounded and his son was totally innocent, he resorted to mass murder. By one estimate, during this bloodbath, none of the remaining Zoroastrian soldiers survived, and many of the Zoroastrian population, among many, in Khorasan stomach massacre. Few survivors could cross the desert on foot and take refuge in Kerman and Yazd. The public census of Zoroastrian Kerman belonging to this era shows that 8,000 were called Khorasani, 2,000 Sistani. Today, families in Yazd, like myself and Mr. Mubarak, can trace their lineage to Khorasan. The Afshar dynasty founded by Nadir Shah was short-lasting, after whom Zands took over. The founder of the dynasty was a kind-hearted man named Khalil Khan, who established the city of Shiraz as his capital. For a short time, Iranians, do you continue? Thank you. For a short time, Iranians enjoyed peace and tranquility. After him, the Zands were challenged by Muhammad Khan, the Zands under commandership of a brave man named Dr. Ali Khan Zand retreated to the city of Kerman. The city for several months remained under siege by the army of Qajar. The Zoroastrian astrologer named Muhammad Shah, son of Bahman, through the astrological signs predicted that on Friday, 29th of the first Rabi, 1290 the city would fall to the Qajar. The Zand ordered Shah to be jailed, and if his prediction did not come true, be killed. As we had forecasted on the exact day, due to the treason of one of the Zand commanders, Najaf Khan Khorasani, the gates were opened and the city fell to the Qajar. Muhammad Khan, who was incensed by the stiff resistance put up by the people of Kerman, ordered 20,000 of the residents to be blinded. But because of the Shah's forecast, the Zoroastrians were spared. Muhammad Shah is the great-grandfather of the late Arab Shah. He was brought out of jail and was presented gifts and thereafter accompanied the new king in his chest. The census of early Qajar era indicates that the total population of Zoroastrians was 50,000, and they had taken refuge mainly in the two central cities of Yazd and Kerman. One census included the popular Zoroastrians living in the city of Azmin, these are Zoroastrians who transferred the Shahs. There is no information about the fate of Azmin community. It is not known whether they were massacred, forcibly converted, or scattered. But what about the Zoroastrians living in Yazd and Kerman? Did they live there in peace? Despite the aforementioned favorable incident, the Zoroastrians during Bajor dynasty remained in agony and the population continued to decline. Even during the rule of Rama, the founder of the dynasty, many Zoroastrians appeared as sons taken as captives for Azerbaijan. The community was regarded as outcasts, impure, and untouchable. Various methods were used to convert them to Islam. According to the law, if a member of a family converted to Islam, he or she was entitled to all inheritance. This was a materialistic incentive to proselytize the minorities. According to the Quran, the wall of the Zoroastrian houses had to be lower than that of the Muslims. If they were riding the doctrine of facing the Muslim, had to dismount, and during the rainy days, they were not allowed to appear in public because the water that had run down through their bodies and clothes could pollute the Muslims. The Zoroastrian schools were considered impure, and many powerful places refused to serve. Harassment and persecution were the norms of daily life. At times, Zoroastrian girls were kidnapped and forcefully converted and married to Muslims and brought to town in Frankfurt. On top of all the misery, the Zoroastrians have paid a heavy religious tax known as jizya. Due to corruption of the tax officials, at times twice and even 3 times the official figure would be collected, because every intermediary had to receive his share. If the families could not afford paying the jizya, their children were beaten and even tortured, and the religious books were thrown on fire. That is how the term the bookless came about. Under the woeful conditions, some to have to convert, and there were those who declared themselves Muslims, take up Islamic names, but in secret continued Zoroastrian practices. Today, the radical group among the Zoroastrians is known as Jahid or New. Currently, going on the French ambassador to Iran in the 1850s, expressed a pessimistic view of Zoroastrian that reflects the plight of the community during the Bajor. He writes, only 7,000 of them remain, and just a miracle will save them from extinction. He adds, these are descendants of the people who wanted to rule the world. Zoroastrian messengers did not cease during the Bajor. Their last 2 are recorded in the village surrounding the city of Bajor and Holy Gas. I look at past several sections. The woeful plight of the Zoroastrians caused dispatch emissaries to Iran. The notable one was in Chicago, arrived for the first time on March 31st, 1854, at the age of 21. For 1 year, he studied the general condition of the persecuted community. He found Zoroastrians uneducated and suffered from endemic diseases and malnutrition. Worse than us, centuries of oppression and persecution have taken a heavy toll on their spirit. The community had no confidence in herself and no hope in the future. Monarchy upon the turn to India recruited his armies to the Parsonage, and this is truly the historical record, part of which is quoted. Dear sir, this noble group has suffered and has occurred in evil people, so much that they are totally ignorant in knowledge and science. For them, even black and white are then evil are evil. The men have been forcefully doing menial works in the construction as slaves, receive no pay. As some evil and immoral men have been looking after the women's lives, this sector of the Zoroastrian community, even during daytime, stays hidden. Despite all the poverty, living taxes, and the pretext of land, space, particular inheritance, and religious tax, jizya, and imposed. The law followers have been cruel to them and have plundered their positions. They have forced the men to do renewal construction locally. Violence have been kidnapped the women and daughters. Most of our community is united. The only hope is the community of future slaves for our land. Because of extreme misery, believe in the same was so strong that 35 years earlier, when an astrologer forecasted the birth of a Savior, many men searched left town and were lost in the desert and never returned. And Herod recently in Monachi victimized the soil of the community. I found this lostness to be exhausted and tranquil, so much that even no one in this world can be more miserable there. Of course, the revolution fund was there, and from its teachers, Father Jesus came, and in March 2021, and at this time, he devoted his life for saving his religions from the brutal persecution. And we follow heroes and go through beauty to educate the community, organizing to abolish the burden of Islam. And we interfered with several unfavorable laws because at that time, if a Muslim member of the Zoroastrian automatically was free, or you borrow, not even denied, for society. And he said that the boarding school took the boys from Gaza and to Tehran. This was the case. Even his first application to get the license for school was denied by the government. Said that this argument was the shortage, but he preferred. Well, this historical achievement was the admission of religious acts, and on the JU, the Constitution of Nasser Bishop, pursuing the abolition of the burden of Islam, and that took place in 1982. And the British Zoroastrians formed associations that was named after the King Nasser. I would like to call the date. The famous story of the words for shoulder expression. You must devote the love and warm tears for souls at the most critical time to our rescue. The long memory of among us and all is heritage. We name our son Monachi, Luigi, and many families have chosen his name as surname as Monachi. If it was not for his dedication, a selfless support, perhaps Zoroastrian religion had vanished in its cultural origin. If we believe the world's social law has been impacted, isn't he one who saved the Zoroastrians from extinction? Should I continue?
Continue. Turning into next lectures.
Okay, I will just continue. I will continue. Sorry. There is a lot to say, but I will conclude. At the turn of the recent revolution, many scholars of Zoroastrian studies suffered physical, psychological, financial punishment. Some were arrested, jailed, and beaten. Others lost their jobs and even suffered the loss of Europe. Yet they persevered. These men have long overcome material interests and with love Zarathustra put their families in distress. Their service to Zoroastrianism is beyond description. Dr. Anjata Ibrahim Rashid Muslim Jared Mustafa Shun Gazi Dr. Ahmed Azuri are to be named as examples. We must dedicate our love and heartfelt thanks and gratitude to these men with devotion and brothers closer to the message of the Gospel than ever before. Today, many Iranians in search of their national identity and original roots are looking into Zoroastrianism. However, currently in Iran, many discriminatory laws are practiced in Zoroastrianism as other minorities are not employed by the government. Nevertheless, they enjoy the public trust and respect as the people regard them as genuine Iranians who morally and historically represent their ancestors. The Zoroastrians, in spite of all the hardship and indignities suffered by their ancestors, will always remain patriotic to Iran. It is interesting that for central Iran and after thousands of years in Iran, look toward Iran as the true homeland. Iran is the birthplace and homeland of Zoroastrianism, our prophet, and we are connected to our motherland, religious, cultural, and spiritual roots. By reviewing the history of Zoroastrianism after the Arab invasion, one may conclude that it was a miracle that Zoroastrianism survived harsh human history. As once as people said, so many religions and nations have given a harder national history. There must be a reason why Zoroastrianism survived. But looking at all the facts today, I dare to interpret his words that what he meant was that finally the fire of Zoroastrianism will rise from under the ashes, and it is happening today. Thank you.
Thank you. We go to the next one. This is Skype in Yerpatel. Yerpatel is a PhD student in history from Harvard University. He is presently a professor of history in the University of South Carolina. He will speak about prominent Zoroastrians. I don't know who he will cover because there are so many prominent Zoroastrians from the past. I hope we will have a new series of prominent Parsis of our times and our climate, that is America and Canada. Very often we go through illustrious people, Rosie, Air Marshal, this and that, but I think very often we lack some of those Parsis to lay the foundation. The first one, in my opinion, was the Soviet Rana, who caught the eye of Akbar. Akbar saw him in a bazaar in Surat. I don't know what he was doing, what the Tasur was doing in Surat, because he is from Ansar. But Akbar had just captured Surat and he saw him, was impressed by him, and he was one of the persons who inspired him to start innate dining. Another person that comes to my mind is, I think it was Dara Patel, who was the Patel of Bombay before the English got established there, and there were he was not over and fighting and taking over Bombay and other areas. So he really helped us to free Bombay from that. Okay, I think we are ready to start this guy. Thank you.
folks, we're trying this for the first time, so please bear with any technical problems. Can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Okay, excellent. Yeah, let me get out of your way.
All right, well, this is through, so like all adults in the technology, what I will do that we mess around is all you and you'll access to religious issues that are related to but also talk about the surroundings of